No man, no way, what would you mean? No, you go where you go. No man, what would you mean? My show, did they go to the day? But I wouldn't have go to the day. But I wouldn't go to the cake. I didn't go to the day.
Enugu State is known for its rich culinary heritage, with various local government areas contributing their unique dishes and specialties. Some popular dishes across Enugu State include Okpa, a traditional Igbo dish made from Bambara groundnuts; Abacha, a popular Nigerian dish made from dried shredded cassava; Nkwobi, a spicy cow leg dish; Abobo or Fiofio, a porridge made from pigeon peas; Ofe Akwu, a traditional Nigerian soup made with palm fruits oil extract; Akpu, a traditional Nigerian food made from cassava tubers; Ogba, a traditional Nigerian food ingredient made from fermented oil bean seeds; Okwa, African breadfruit often used in traditional dishes; Oha soup, a traditional Nigerian soup made with oha leaves and cocoyam paste. And going over to the local government areas, we begin in an Inri local government area, which is known for the following cassava-based dishes: gari, fufu, and processed flakes; market-made snacks like the okpa, which is the Bambara nut cake; Akara-style bean fritters, and palm oil-based salads. Ogo local government is known for its hearty soups and stews, pepper soup variants and goats and Milton preparations, staples, yam and cassava. Enugu's local government area is known for their special delicacy Nkwobi, Isiewu, spicy cow leg, and street foods like pepper soup and grilled fish, and packaged traditional foods like dried abacha flakes and pre-packed okpa. And Enugu North is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo Eze North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. While Igbo Eze South has festive soups and cassava accompaniments like hearty soups and cassava derives like gari and fufu. In Isuzo local government area, the local government is known for highland crops like yam, tuber crops, and dried tuber dishes like variants, which is similar to achicha and abobo. Nkanu East also has the abacha styles and variants with different preparations using fresh native beans, fried ingredients, and local sauces of smoked fish. Nkanu West has yam and vegetable combos like festival dishes, combining tuber staples with special meat and seafood dressings. Nseka is known for their okpa, achicha, and abacha. They are widely reported as common local specialties, and they have the delicacy made with corn known as ayarayoka. Oji River is known for cassava-derived snacks, abacha ingredients. Okwa, smoked fish, and okpaka is known for trade hubs and market supply. Udenu is known for garden vegetables and accompaniments and dried tuber preparations like leafy green soups and dried tuber snacks. Udi local government is also known for cassava products and abacha, popular abacha preparations, and cassava-based products with various soups. Uzuwani local government area is known for riverine and food networks, which are the okwa, tubers such as yam and cassava, and vegetable soups with their various ways of preparation, and also their festival cooking, which is a locally caught fish and smoked proteins.
Igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe igwe
obodo ụlọ kwa ebe nwa ya ji
It's
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Aneke Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
It was Joseph Schumpeter who posited that democracy is an indispensable mechanism for selecting leaders through elections to the actual process of choosing rulers, and franchise is a pivotal process in the electoral process. In that same vein, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has emphasized the need for popular participation in the registration of their voters' card for the 2027 general elections. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, saddled with the responsibility to organize, conduct, and supervise elections at all levels in Nigeria, including presidential, gubernatorial, and legislative elections at the federal and state levels, that also have the responsibility to register eligible voters and maintain an accurate voter register, recently announced its plans to commence the continuous voter registration CVR from August 18, 2025. The Commission also proposed to include inmates in the forthcoming 2027 general election, emphasizing on inmates' voting rights. This is as the electoral empire has re-echoed the need to seek the intervention of the National Assembly on the matter. When this happens, it will be the first in the history of Nigeria. These singular acts have, however, drawn different opinions from the public.
In Iboze South local government area, what we will do and have begun doing is sensitization. Sensitizing not just the youths of Iboze South about the registration, but also sensitizing the women of Iboze South. Don't forget, some were not around during the last round of registration. They were probably outside the local government, residing somewhere else, so they are now back home. Or conscientize them. Like you rightly said, the youths, constitute the substantial number and majority of the populace. Some of them in the last exercise were not up to age enough so as to participate in exercising their franchise. This time around, they have now grown and they can exercise that right of participation, in voting. So we conscientize them in secondary schools, in churches, in villages, during cultural festivals. These are the sensitizations we have championed, we have brought up, making it for them to know that it is as good as it is religious, that they enroll themselves in that platform where they can choose leaders and leadership of their choice in the next turn of general election in the country.
My name is Obina Samson. I'm a youth administrator, and also as well I work with Aneke pastor, Aneke Care Foundation. This concerning the continuous voters registration, I think it's very, very important, because by law, once a youth is up to age of 18, he or she has the right to vote and be voted for. And failure to go for the registration will eventually means that youth will be denied of his or her fundamental human rights of voting or voting or to be voted for. So what it means is that every youth that would want to exercise their franchise come 2027 should try as much as he or she could to go for the registration and participate in the voting. Very, very important. Without the registration, there's no way you participate, because I know some will be clamoring for retention or change of government, but there's no way you can effectively carry out your plan without going for your registration. So it's a clarion call for every youth there. If you know that you are up to the age of 18 years, go and do your registration so that you'll be eligible enough to participate in the forthcoming election. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Abastik, a medical practitioner and Secretary Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, a developmental analyst. For some of us who have gotten their voters card, I say kudos. It's a civic responsibility. You can't sit on the fence and be shouting. You must actually have your voters card to say this is whom you are going to allow to be elected. The last election we saw a lot of young Nigerians who were shouting a particular candidate on the street, but turned out that they didn't have a voter's card. On the election day, they only walked from afar, to those casting their ballots. Now, Aneke has given us the privilege again in the name of continuous voters register. Ideally, that registration should be a continuous process, because people turn to 18, every day, every minute, every second. So I think what I would say, those that have not gotten their cards, those that have not gotten the card for the first time, those that have lost their cards, those that actually want to change, those who have just attended 18, our university students, they should avail themselves the opportunity of becoming a full-fledged citizen by having their voters card to enable them perform their civic responsibility.
And they should decentralize the registration process. What I mean by decentralization is try to engage, if it is possible, private sector partnership. Use agencies like MTN, Glo, as a means of hastening this registration. If possible, they should decentralize it even to the local government area, even ward level to be better off, to make it more easier. Instead of clustering to a place for registration, you can go to your various ward and then carry out this registration effectively without any stress.
All eyes are on Aneke to unfold its plans to the general public to ensure a free, fair and credible election come 2027. However, this is a clarion call to the good people of Nigeria, a call to rise and choose your leaders, a call to come out in mass to register, get your PVC and vote. It is time to take hold of our country, Nigeria, to be patriotic, because Nigeria is ours. Therefore, get your PVC. Chidemi Kemede, Aneke TV.
The cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ibe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ibe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwụrụ ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya ma mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie dipụtara anyị na-ere nke ibe anyị ekele m ọ jụụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụtanwuru ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ nduzi na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọbụla mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ n'ala Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ ọdọmma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere
na be anyị amechi na ọbụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị n'aka ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-eji ọjị n'aka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọku ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adịmma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziere anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma goziere anyị eke gozie orie gozie nkwọ mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na aga m niile ka ọ dịrị anyị mma ndewo anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọghọ ọ ga-ekweneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na ege egbu anụ ege egbu ọkụkọ
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ọja is a traditional Igbo wind wooden music instrument, often referred to as a talking flute, because of its ability to mimic speech patterns and convey messages. There are various types of Oja, differentiated by their pitch and functions. Oja Maun, Oja Okolobia, Oja Igede, and Oja Ukwe, the singing flute. Each holds a specific cultural significance. The Oja typically has 4 holes, 2 on opposite sides for the fingers, a mouthpiece that leads to the hollow inner chamber, and a terminal hole, similar in size to the finger hole. Oja.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. However, before we go, let us apologize for those minutes that we wasted before coming on air. But do remember that on The Insight, we'll bring you issues, topics, headlines that help in shaping our nation. And today, we'll be x-raying the new educational policies, the new developments and directions in education. Remember, we don't just give you the x-rays, but we'll do a post-mortem on these policies. And we'll go ahead to bring expert opinions, expert analysts, men, women who are involved in shaping these policies. And today, we'll be discussing with a foremost administrator, one who doesn't hold back his thoughts. Speaking of Ernest Ike Ugu, former chairman of NAPS, National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Enugu, and he is the director, Swiss Keys Academy. Sir, finally, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right. Before I start talking policies, by Wednesday, October the 1st, Nigeria will be celebrating 65 years. So I want to ask, what's your assessment of Nigeria vis-a-vis education?
Well, I'm not part of those people who belong in continuous analysis of Nigeria. So all the while, I'm always invited to talk about Nigeria. And what I'm asking myself is all what we are saying, how has it impacted? However, I know that it is still impacting, but not in the quantity we want it to be impacted. So if you talk about my assessment about Nigeria vis-a-vis the education, I've always said it, that most of our government are not sincere about the solution or the policies they are bringing. Why do I say so? You will see a policy that looks so good, but there is no laid down implementation framework. So we will sign an MOU, we will sign a policy framework, and the hands will be clapped about that. But at the end of the day, what is the effect in average Nigeria? That's the issue. So you look at somewhere like Enugu, when the government were coming, they said they are going to solve water in 180 days. That story looks so good. But the issue, did they do forensic analysis to know if they can solve it? Even when they did and know they can't, they will still give you those information so that you will enjoy and go and sleep with it when we are all sure that is not going to be implemented. So if I take you back to your question, which is about education in Nigeria, did you know that today that in Nigeria we run 9-3-4 education orchestrated by the government? Yet they still have primary schools. They still write a common entrance where are you entering when you say that nobody graduates from primary 6? They still write primary 6 exam when they have said that they abolish primary 6, that the basic education ends in JS3. Who is fooling who? Are we going front? Are we going back? And if you take all this into every sector, it's not education, take it to judiciary, take it to politics, take it to any sector, it is the same thing. You in 2007, they said they have abolished primary 6. Today, people who did primary 6 in 2007 want to get job elsewhere. They tell them to go and get primary 6 certificate. It is happening. In which country do you do such a thing? Some are sorting everything. You get an NIM today. You want to get BVN. They tell you that the arrangement of your name are not the same. You go and swear affidavit, even the one you don't get into the court. Yet it is so for me, we are just messing up. We are not ready. We are really marking time. We have not started progressing.
We are really marking time. We have not started progressing.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look directly at the private schools a little bit. The new policies, the world is changing. Nigeria as well is trying to play catch up. However, we've seen new policies. There's been adaptation of transformative education reforms and unfoldings in Nigeria, despite you've maintained that we've not started. However, what I want to ask is, given these changes and developments, how does private schools in Nigeria coping with these reforms, transformation? How do they fit in?
Are you talking about reform in the whole Nigeria or the reform in education?
I'm talking about education in Nigeria vis-a-vis Enugu State as well.
Okay, let me school you a bit.
Okay.
When you talk about private school, I'm a private school owner, and I'm not even so proud that the government have not been able to meet up, that private schools are being run the way it is being run. In every country there are private schools, but the issue is in our own context. What are we? Why? There is no business if there is no problem. Business come to solve a problem, but the kind of problem that education, our private education came to solve in Nigeria, is what is worrying me, because the government have created a lot of spaces that even things that ordinarily are not supposed to be a problem that should be solved by private schools are still solving it and making people. I must tell you that, and these are the ones that the government could have afforded. So private schools stepping in the higher realm, but the government are below it. That private schools are stepping into the very basic thing that government should be provided. So when you now come to the policies, you begin to ask yourself, the person making the policy, did he understand the problem of education in the country? Because if you don't know your problem, you wouldn't know the solution. How do I say so? In the federal government, let me take it for instance, the Honorable Minister is my good friend, and I have said it to his president. Are you doing curriculum changing? You are reorganizing curriculum, and you have not even reorganized publishers, people who write books. You start from the fundamental. The publisher ought to have published the book that we're going to use to implement the new curriculum. You now you added China to our language. No, how many teachers in Enugu, how many Chinese teachers can I get to teach that? I don't know where they are getting me. So that's why I tell you that sometimes we don't even know our problem and we just jump in to solve it. So at the end of the day, we get confused along the way. So then you now bring it down to Enugu vis-a-vis the private school. When the commissioner came in, I met with him, and he told me he's going to close quack schools and all those things. Ask him, he's my friend. And I told him, yeah, that is good one, but can you do it? He said he would do it. He do it by himself. I say you can't. He said, Mr. Ernest, I say you can't. Try it. The commissioner set out, closed the school. The foremost one he closed was the one former NAP chairman's school that he closed along the presidential road. But in 3 days, the school opened. Will he be there?
In 3 days?
Yeah. You go there. The school is there. So, other schools, other very wretched schools, as they were closed, after 10 days, they will reopen, because the commissioner cannot be in Oji River and be in Mbu and be in Isuzo to be standing at the gate and making sure. And to make the matter worse, are there schools there? Are you closing a school when you cannot provide one? Then if you tell me that they have done well, that they are providing one school per ward, if you come to my village is Obukwa, we have 4 Igwe 4 autonomous community. In each of that community, before now, all of them have a primary school. And it wasn't even enough. People who are 4 years, you start primary 1 at 6 years. You can't trek to some of them, but at least your siblings can guide you to get to some of them. Now, today, the community that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools have now been collapsed to have 1 school. Tell me how 5 years old person, a child, can trek for 40 minutes to access the centralized smart school they have built.
40 minutes, you meant?
40 kilometers.
40 kilometers.
From Elego Obukpa to Iho Obukpa, where they build the smart school, is about okay, at least is approximately 20 kilometers. So, and a child, or 15 kilometers, if I guess right. So, a child of 5 years, can it trek that way? Do you understand? So we had school just about not less than a kilo to our houses, and another school is less than a kilo to people's houses. That's why we had 5 different primary schools around. But today, in trying to solve this, you now merge all of them and go and build one in a very far kilometer.
Mr. Ernest.
So just to finish, you asked me a question.
Yes.
About how is the private school accepting or taking it. And I've told you how we are messed up as a private school. And I've also told you how the government have been able to provide a platform for us to mess up and continue to mess up.
All right. You mentioned something critical here. The children in Obukpa community now trek up to 15, 20 kilometers to access
the new smart school.
But it can be argued that the collapsing of these schools into one is to achieve effectiveness and impactful education to the community. You don't agree with that?
Do you know one of the problem of education is my school has just been awarded as one of the SDG schools in Enugu. It was 2 days ago that they sent the letter from the United Nations. So I understand education. One of the problem of education is accessibility.
Okay.
And how can you now remove accessibility because you are providing quality? You can't. None of them is to be blocking each other. It should be quality. It should be accessible.
Mr. Ernest, you have access to those formulating these policies. You have access to the commissioners. Have you send this view across to them?
I've said it here now.
And they are here to react to that. Apart from saying it here, you have access.
I've said it to them. I've said it to the minister. I've said it to the commissioner. And they are still alive. They can say that I have not said it.
All right.
In fact, recently, the commissioner had to agree with me and about regulation. They are doing something similar to what the template I gave them. I was one of those people who went to Aneke Lake to do education reform during Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. And I know in page 78, I wrote this myself. You can ask the current Vice Chancellor of Sumax, who was our chairman. And I was shouting during Professor Ucheze, if we don't bring a framework of regulation, we cannot succeed in education. Where sanction can be holistic. It is not when, like in Enugu, I know that some senators have schools. When their school they won't be sanctioned. But when my own my own will be sanctioned. Do you understand? Police will come everywhere. There is a framework to regulate and make everybody equal. Let it not be where some animals are more equal than the other animal. Not even because the people who are making this policy want it to happen, but because they cannot. They are incapable. Just as I said, the commissioner took his pain to go around and close school. But can he take his pain to be omnifunction, to be in Oji River and be in Enugu at the same time? It can't happen. But there are ways to do those things, which some of these people didn't know, and we have given them in good faith. Manage this information if you manage this template. If
can you disclose such information? Is it possible?
Let's continue.
All right. I see that you're so passionate about education, and then we're lucky to have you in the studio today. Mr. Ernest, given all that you've said, let's critically assess the shift from 934 system to the new proposed structure of 12 to 4 years education model.
No, what they shifted from is 644 education.
And then we move to 934.
No, I think it was 6334 for education. That's 6 years for basic education, 3 years for junior secondary, 3 years for senior secondary, and 4 years for university. And I shifted it to 934 education.
And then we are seeing 12 years to 4 years as well, where a child has to start from the basic to through the
See,
normal secondary?
like in my last podcast, I said that some of all these things are guy name. We don't make it, for me, I don't make any meaning with all this nomenclature. Okay. Whether the basic education is 10 years or basic education is 1 year, the issue is it effective? If it is effective, my father did primary 6 and I never beat him in any essay writing or any letter writing until he died. So one of the fundamental things I've said to reform education is to take care of teachers.
To take care of teachers.
Bam.
You feel that teachers are not
if teachers are not taken care of, like I know in Enugu we built a lot of beautiful schools, but there was no staff quarters. There was no increment on salary of the teachers. Every other thing we are doing is nonsense. Let me tell you, when teachers are motivated well, under the mango tree, they will give education that is superb.
Mr. Ness, are teachers who were taken care of by the private schools?
If you come to that, I will tell you, yes, teachers are better taken care of in private school. The only difference in both of them is that in private school, they work. In a public school, they don't work.
Some may argue that it's the same fish of kettle for both.
No. If you say that is that, then let's take a census of the performance of private school and government school. When one government school can win a laurel, 7 private schools win a laurel, even with the lowest infrastructure. That is to tell you that motivation, teachers are the engine room of learning. I've done this thing for decades. I was involved in education transformation in Anambra. Go and investigate. Right. So I can tell you for free that teachers' welfare is one of the engine room and one of the fundamental. In fact, in that book I told you that we did in 2018, I did 19, I said that we could give teachers a special plate number in Enugu, in Nigeria, so that when police see them, you just, is as little as that. And that should, if you go abroad, it happens. Teacher has dignity. Do you understand? And once this happens, you will see that some of the people, okay, for instance, recently people are pushing me that I need to open a secondary school. I need to open a secondary school based on what my primary school, because as big as Swiss Kids is, it's still a primary school. So, and one of the things I consider is putting my resources. For me to put up a good secondary school, I spend up to ₦1 billion. Instead of me doing that, I rather use it to buy a property, build a house and sell it.
Why is that?
And I make more gain.
Why is
now,
that?
but you are seeing, if I do this, I'm not creating job again. I'm not bringing more value to education. So the same thing happens to you who ordinarily could have been teaching, but because the place is not good, you decide to go and learn mechanic. Because people will tend to go to where they can feed and survive. Then we have lost you. Before now, when you make a first class, they retain you to become a lecturer. But anybody who make first class now run away immediately. Now, look at our admission level. It is when you score 8 in JAMB that they take you to go and do College of Education. And College of Education is where we train teachers who are going to train doctors. Then when you make 350, you go and become doctor. Why are you rushing to doctor? Because you think that you make ends meet in medicine, not because teacher, you don't like teaching. Some of us started teaching, but we didn't continue because we were not making money. So I had to change to software engineer. Today I'm a renowned software engineer. Okay. And in that, I think I make more cool money. But my passion always goes to transferring knowledge to others. That's why even if you come to what I do today, I still train people on how to do what I'm doing because I love transferring knowledge. So if you look at it, you now begin to know that I could have ordinarily been a standard strong teacher in the classroom. If I teach you mathematics, you will love it.
That's commendable.
Do you understand? But I rather continue with my software so that I can be making money than going back to classroom because the salary is not interesting. But if the salary become interesting now, you see a lot of, when lecturership, their salary was reviewed, a lot of people stopped and joined lecturership. That's when they produce our own set. What's happening in lecturing now, people are running away because they are not well motivated. In the next 10 years, we'll see the result. The people they will produce will be worse than us. Take my word.
Okay, let me go off script because I've seen your passion. I want to ask you directly now. You said the private school came to solve a problem. In your assessment, have private schools been able to solve the impasse in education in Nigeria?
The point is this. Private school came to solve a problem. And they said that absolute power corrupts. So they came to solve a problem that was created. And more problems were being created, and people start, and a good number of private schools are now taking advantage of government inability to even drill from the problem they came to solve and make their money. Some are still doing that. So in every 12, there must be Judas.
Okay. All right. I may quite agree with you that, yes, teachers are not well taken care of. However, I've seen how that has hiked you, but let's move away a bit into these new policies, new introduction into the curriculum. We've heard about digital literacy, AI, robotics, and all that, turning education to be a vocational and skill acquisition. I want your critical assessment of this, where we are told before a child should graduate from secondary school, that child should have learned a trade or a vocational skill. How do you see this new introduction? Was that part of your recommendation?
The truth of the matter is that these recommendations are very vital and fine. In fact, if you allow me, I should ask myself, why are we going to school in China? The way they understand school is different from the way we understand school. In China, they learn English just to be able to communicate. They are not learning it to become a pro. So you see some of their schools where you go, they speak China fully. Nobody is speaking English. What are the interests? They want to teach you garment making, and you are learning it. Do you understand? So, but if you take me back to this country where you are talking about a child must learn one skill before he graduates, Uchenna, right?
Yes.
In the next 5 years, what we will be interested is, did you pass the course? Not did you learn the skill.
So,
did you pass the course? So at the end of the day, we will graduate a mechanical engineer who don't know the combination of plug, valve, and piston. And if you ask me here, I will educate you how these three combust and produce energy that can move. And I will tell you the difference between gasoline and fuel. Why the one that uses gas does not need a fire plug. Because the valve will burst it and all those things. Because I understand it and I know it and I can construct a cylinder. But I did not pass it. I don't have certificate to that. But if I go for certificate, I will get it. But I will be more relevant than that man who is interested in code. You look at Nigeria. You want to travel sometimes. They say you need a TB test. And you stay here and call and they give you a TB result. Are we fooling who? Understand me. In education is meant to bring solution. Go and watch the YouTube of my school. During the graduation ceremony of primary 6 this year, inside there we were not dancing, we were connecting CCTV and it was working live. That child who connected the CCTV knows what is BNC, he knows what is VGA, he knows what is DVR, he knows what is hard disk. That's what is important. And it wasn't even in their result. But when two of them who went to one secondary school, I don't want to mention because I'm not advertising for them. When they got there, they started telling the teacher, we know how to do this. Their CCTV is spoiled in that school. They went and repaired it. They called my school. How did you do that? But in Nigeria, they will turn it upside down. They will say, do you have a certificate on any scale? You say, yes, I have certificate in aeronautic engineering. Where you have not entered aeroplane before. But you are an aeronautic engineer. so if I bring it together, the issue is not the nomenclature. I've said government should know the problem they came to solve. And when they solve one, we can clap for them. Leave all this in. The only problem we have just like me now sitting here analyzing, somebody will stay one place and be clapping for me that I'm too intelligent. Or guy, you can only quantify my intelligence when you walk into my school and see that all I'm saying here is working there. Not because I can stay here and speak eloquent grammar and you say this guy is too intelligent. Don't take it. Come to where I'm operating. Know whether what I'm saying here is practically done. And that's why most of the time when I'm called for interview, I beat my chest to come because I can go and point where I've done that. I can point boys that are produced that have hand. I have point students who graduated from my school. Let me tell you, if I had been interested in money, my school is more standard than so many secondary schools in Enugu. Somebody came to my school and was asking me, he thought this is a polytechnic, but it's a nursery primary school. Because my interest is the result. And even if you talk about the money, I still make money there. So, but sometimes somebody just want to be answering proprietor of nursery, primary, secondary, university, the one that is running now School of Nursing. Everybody is building School of Nursing. I had a proposal to convert part of my school to School of Nursing. So that is then when the person graduates as a nurse in my school and he has never touched injection, it's strange. I can quote you. I have a niece who graduated from one university in Enugu. It was when he graduated as a nurse that I found a place where she was working. That's the first time he started using syringe, and he was a nurse, graduated.
All right, Mr. Ness, if I get you correctly, if I understand you correctly, you don't have issue with the policy. Your problem is implementation.
Implementation.
How have you implemented this in Swiss Academy that's made it functional, made it impact the kids, and how are we going to, or what would you advise that would toll in implementing this policy for it to work?
I've mentioned all the problem. Number one, in teacher motivation. Come to my school. I have a small teacher's quarters. So when I employ you and you don't have accommodation, you can manage there. If I'm government, I will elaborate it. Number two, their salary. I still pay 13 months. Go and ask my teachers. They receive salary every 26. Today, they must have received their salary. You can take a step after now. They have never been owed. So, and every September, their salary is increased. Go today, you will ask them, did your salary not increase? Because this is the September salary. No matter how little, your salary must increase every September.
Every September?
Every September, your salary must increase. And today is September 26, our salary date. Thank God, Nada Akuzu Wanaka. So I can tell you a salary date, but don't go and kidnap my teachers.
We are not kidnapping here, so we'll make the country work better.
Thank you. So if you go there today, you know, when I talk, I give you an example. Go and ask them, have you received your salary? Do you understand? We pay them during holidays. In some schools, they don't pay during holidays. We pay them during holidays. On December 18th, they receive their salary. These are the things that solve the problem of teachers that I told you, even though we've not gotten to where we are going to. But I pay teachers above minimum wage of Enugu State. That's another thing. Go and verify. I pay them above minimum wage. Primary school teachers, I pay them above minimum wage of Enugu State. Now, you come back to the training. The teachers undergo training to the point that my teachers are going to other schools to train them. Number three, some of my teachers were enrolled in SDG training, that where they emerged, and that made our school to become an SDG school. Next year, they will be going to Singapore. Some of them, they have been selected to go for further training by UN about giving the qualitative education. These are the things, the ways the government ought. How many primary school teachers in Enugu have traveled to Lagos to just have a training? Do you understand? Even when they travel, what they are interested is in the what they call it, the ESTA code. Do you know that in my school you can't behave without behaving according to our motto, which is education beyond class? How many of these principals and teachers know the motto and the vision of the school they are leading? Without a vision of this Aneke TV, you can't run here. You must know what you people came to solve, and you run by the vision. How many times is the principal having training with the teachers? The teachers and the principal, who is even more knowledgeable. One time in my school, I had a principal, a head teacher. So anytime my teachers are going for training, he will tell them, you people will go. As a head teacher, he doesn't need to go. After 2 terms, the teachers were better than her, and he couldn't manage them, and she lost her job. Do you understand? All these things I'm telling you, I'm giving you examples. So in our schools, if the principal or the head teacher call for meeting, it must be for them to share orange or carafish, not to talk about. So the commissioner, how many times have you called the CSPs? Sit them down, make them leaders, train them in a way that they can go down and train the one or subordinate to them. Anytime they want to do that, they will just put camera everywhere. Is that a result? Are you getting me? So the point here, and to your question, how am I implementing it in my school? I mentioned about 3. I can go on and tell you, because I know my problem. That's the thing. Number one, do you know your problem? Because I know my problem, I'm taking them one by one. I'm improving in all of them. Next year now, we're working on water. We're working on water in my school.
Mr. Ernest,
Thank you.
perhaps what we're talking about is what the smart school in Enugu is set out to correct. Don't you agree with me on that?
I don't agree with you totally. I will still use my place as an example. I listened to the governor passionately making speech that the smart school is green smart school, that they have green farm, they have green electricity. In fact, the school in my my village, Obokpa, was one of them, publicly publicized, so I've been ready. But I can bet my money, I can bet my blockers that there is no green farm in that place because it was built inside people's house. Look at Igwebezugoke's house. Look at the express that lead to Voko. Look at the church. Where is the green farm there? I don't want to argue about whether solar panels are there or not. So sometimes you see, it's not what we are being told that is being done. So, but in reality, in the speech, it's quite wonderful. So whether it's the people they gave the contract that are bastardizing it, but even I have said it time without number that the location of the one they located in my village is not well located. Because one is that the school is at the boundary of us and another community instead of being in the center where the children can access it. So the accessibility issue has been zero. Then it is built in a built up area along the main road where the children will just step down there at the third road. So any emergency, if a motor has accident in that road, it can slide into the classroom, the location. Then you talk about farm. There is no land there to use and do farm, except whether they are going to do the farm inside the classroom. Do you understand me now? So, but the policy is fine. But you cannot blame the government always because there are people who were in my village who were talking with the governor to agree for the school to be cited there. So I'm not like making excuse for the governor or the government. Why I'm also not blaming them in total. We are the government. What have we done? All I did as my own quota is that when I noticed that they have started building that, I came to media and said that. I wrote to the governor to have audience with him. I still have my acknowledgement letter. He didn't invite me. What else can I do? I leave it. But I've made my own effort as a citizen.
All right. Going forward, let's come down to the issue of the Enugu State in particular, new policies. And I meant to ask, given what we are seeing that private schools, we are told to pay 500,000 and then 200,000 for inspection. I want to ask, are you aware of any communique like this?
I even paid 250. So also, my school paid 250.
To my next question, how are private schools making profit this time around?
Let me come in. I have argued this in several quarters, in as much as I'm a private school owner. Even if government want to make the running of private school that you have to pay 1 billion, it really do not concern me much as a private school owner, but it concern me as a citizen of Enugu. Understand me? Why it doesn't concern me as a private school owner is that if the government have solved the problem of education, no private school will thrive. So imposing 2 million does not, they are just suffering the masses, because if you pose 2 million to me, I'll pose my school fees to 5 million, and you don't have option because there is no government school to go. You still come and you pay. So it affects me as a citizen of Enugu, not as a business owner. In fact, it becomes better for us as far as I'm concerned. But as a citizen of Enugu, it's not better for me. In my school, I pay land use charge for having the school. The NGs have come and say, well, they will count how many plots I built my school on, and I'll pay 100,000. And I have my CFO. After I pay land use charge, I come and pay NGs for recertification. The next government will come and do recertification. The road in front of my school, I spend 800,000 to fill it. Water have carried it away. So not even that when they collect this money, they come and help you and provide amenity. There is no dustbin around my school. I have told the local government chairman, nothing has happened. So I have to, every weekend, I have to contract a truck that will come and carry it. Yet I have S-Wama. The S-Wamas only go to the estates where the big men are living. Now, you come back to electricity. I've not had light since this will resume this time. So when you come to the question you're asking me about the fees, the government is just suffering their citizens. So when they put all this in together on us, we will pass it to the parent. And because parent has no option, they will pay. But if they assuming the government has their schools here and there and they are doing well, If you make it unbearable for me, I close my school. Do you understand? In fact, when fuel got to the climax, I told my parents that I won't provide school bus again. They almost fainted. They had to look for a way to arrange money for me to buy a bus. You can imagine that. Because they are desperate. If the government are functioning, why would people suffer themselves to go and arrange money to buy a bus for a private school owner? Because they are handicapped. So what I'm trying to say is that the issue is not about whether the fee is correct or not, but is the government, what are they doing? What are they doing? So as a private school, I have no issue. But as a citizen of Enugu, it's too exorbitant. And again, it now trickles down to those schools who cannot afford it. A school in Aniri collects school fees 7,000 naira. And it has 100 students. How much? 700,000. And he will come and take 250 to do inspection and take 400 to pay for license. How much is remaining to pay the teachers? Are you getting my point? We can solve it here, but we can't solve it there. Then is there a government school around that those children will go? The answer is no. Because the one available are not functioning. The one that want to function now is smart school and is not close to them. The children cannot track to them. And it's a basic education. Assuming this is a senior secondary education, we don't have a problem.
Okay. But let me ask, how is NAPS engaging the government concerning this multiple taxation? Vis-a-vis, you've mentioned a private school in Aniri that cannot afford to even pay 200,000. So how is NAPS engaging the government, or what are they doing?
Like last week, we had a meeting with the commissioner. Graciously, he called for the meeting, and he, like this scenario I mentioned, he said, okay, if the school come and prove that that is true, they are going to waive some things for the school, which is a good development. So NAPS is engaging them. I know that I saw a letter, they invited the current NAPS chairman to come to Ekene Namani's office and talk about the multiple taxation, because as I told you now, I use my school as example. My school is around Dental. When anything I tell you to make inquiry. From Dental Junction, from St. Mary's to Tanker Park to Noah's, there is no waste being dumped. There is none. You know, I'm mentioning where you know that you are a journalist. Go and verify. So you can imagine that the problem is not only that we are being faced with heavy taxation, but the issue is that the amenities are not provided. There is no water. I know how much I paid S1. I paid and bought the big bucket. I know how much I paid. But have they rendered the service to me any day? No. Local government will come for capitation rate. I have paid. It's in my office. The Ministry of Transport will come that you pay for your bus. The signboard people will come. Which one will the Ministry of Education will come with their own. So, if these things are there, let the service come.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe on these issues.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Abum Ngozi Otahumele.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Insight, and we're looking at the education in Nigeria vis-a-vis the new policy directions of the government. And we are speaking with Ernest Ike Ugu, former chairman of NAPS, National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Enugu, and he is the director of Swiss Kids Academy. Mr. Ernest, we are looking at these policies. Now, I want to know how you feel about this very one. There is direction that when a child enrolls in a school and ends up doing up to SS2 in a particular school, that child cannot leave that very school to enroll in another one to write NECO or WAEC.
That is a good policy. I said, I don't think we have any policy that is not good. My only problem is implementation. Yes, that is necessary because it helps in checking exam malpractice.
Okay.
However, let it not be when my son, because my name is NS, want to change in SS2, he will be able to change. But you, Uche, your son want to change, he can't change. That's my issue. Once it's going to be all animals being equal, these policies are good. I've said it from beginning. We have fine policies, if you talk about policies. But implementation, because we don't talk about implementation before. Ask the government, Fadam Bodile, we had a meeting, that's the chairman of PPSMB, and they said, that was when one man of Biafra was saying that he was going to kill me. Because I said, the government said, if you don't open school on Monday, they are going to close your school. It's a fine policy. But I told them they can't do it. They say, well, I say, yes, the school in Abakpa, you don't even know all of them. How are you going to close me when I don't open? If you close me tomorrow, will you be there for me not to open? Do you understand? So the issue is that they don't think what they want to do. They think about this statement, how good it is. They don't think about the implementability of what they said. And I sat with Father and said, Father, then Aneke Zaka was the commissioner for information. I said, this is not possible. That would rather say, we would rather take a trip on a Monday. People who open school, we give them some incentive. That's Nigeria. The following Monday, everybody will want to open, thinking that incentive is going to come, rather than saying that we are going to. What we needed was a result. Do you understand? That what we needed was a result, not for the masses to clap for us. So if we are just to be going to the television and say, if you don't open school, we have said everybody go to school on Monday, it makes no meaning as far as I'm concerned. But if we do something that will make school go on Monday, we realize our result. Whether you clap for us or not, the result is what we are interested in. So I have said that most times that government are not sincere, either by omission or deliberate. I don't know. They are not sincere in what they want to achieve. So for me, the policies are very fantastic. We don't really have a policy that I would say. Even the Chinese, it is fine because these days we are all moving to Asia. So it's good for us to learn. French is good for learn. But did we plan to achieve it? Or did we just want to say it so that somebody will clap for us that we are very intelligent? That's my own.
All right, but what about learning in our mother tongue? Do you see that as being feasible to implement in this era? And is it a direction that Nigeria should take?
Well, learning our mother tongue may work for Hausas and Yoruba. But my brother, we the Igbos, where most of our children don't even understand Igbo. So when you are teaching them with mother tongue, I don't even know which one you are going to call mother tongue for them. Because, in fact, in my house, I'm also a culprit. Because my children always tell me they can understand all Igbo, but they can't speak very well because others are speaking English in the school. So, but I know that Yoruba people living in Enugu, their children are speaking Yoruba fluently. Whether it's fluently, I don't know anyway, because I don't hear. But the way they speak, I think they are fluent. So, mother tongue is a good one. But the issue here is teach people with the language they know. If mother tongue is better for them, fine. It's not when I'm like this interview we are having here. If I know what I will speak in Igbo and make it more clearer to my audience, I should be able to speak Igbo. Not for somebody to be judging me is that I don't know my tenses. That's why I'm speaking like this. The issue is the communication. Am I communicating? Is the person I'm talking to comprehending what I'm saying? So in any case, we do it provided we achieve our result. I don't have a problem. But I'm very, very sure that the millennium children, the 90% of them don't understand their mother tongue. What they think is mother tongue is English.
All right. Before I get a little bit personal, let me ask this question. Do you see any future for private school education in Nigeria, given the policies some sort, the economy, and everything happening in Nigeria currently?
When you say future, I would want you to expatiate. Future as in surviving, or future as in
surviving. And then since government is going into smart school, digitalization of schools, and then perhaps we may see government being able to provide those basic difference that the private schools have been able to cover over the years?
The way the government are going, they can't solve the education problem. However, if they are able to do that, it is for good of Nigeria. So the whether or whether private education, private school education in everywhere in the world is they have different solution they are providing. Go to US, private schools are there. Go to UK, private schools are there. Private universities are there. Do you understand? So we are not a different country. The highest we could do is to solve the problem to the point that the United Kingdom have solved their own, or that did not remove private education. However, it will impact if the government continue in good trajectory. In fact, one of the things I have to commend the government is being conscious of education. Whether they are making mistake or not, one day they will get it right. But them standing up, they're talking about this education is a good one. Yes, because as they are talking about it, we are criticizing and telling them they are picking some information and using it to adjust one way or the other. In the next 10 years, I see us surviving if we continue like this. So it's not holistically to condemn that everything is bad. No. The consciousness alone is a good signal. I commend government for that, both in nation, both in state, both in local government, the consciousness. So, but what the government needs to adjust is to remove the eye service. Once they remove the eye service, things will go further. So, for private education, this or that, they are solving their different problem. So what will happen is that when government be able to solve the other ones, they won't put hand there. They will be restrained on what other private schools are solving in other developed countries. Not to hear that the private schools are even solving, in fact, solving the problem of churches, talk more of government, solving the family problem. You know, this time around, when you see a child and he greet you very well, you say, which school are you attending? Instead of say, who is your parent? When I was small, when I behaved well, they asked, who is your parent? But today, when a child behaves well, they ask, which school do you attend? So the thing has gone down to that the school is even solving the family problem. In my school, sometimes we even go for counseling, teaching people how to cook food. But when the child opens the food, you will see that the food is nothing to write home about. Some school now provide meal in the school, not because they don't want people to come with all sort of nonsense in the school. So the private school in Nigeria have gone further to even be solving family problem. But so if those things are solved, then the private school will be restrained in solving the problem they are supposed to solve even in other nations.
All right. But before I let you go, this personal, are there any future political ambition that we should be watching out for?
No, every human being is a political animal. So we can't rule out anything.
Is there any move come 2027?
I contested the election last session, 2023. On June 5th, that I was going to Asaba for the Labour Party primary when His Excellency Peter Obi said we should come to Asaba. I never knew that I was going to contest the election. It was in that hall that the Okute said, you are a candidate of you are a good person to contest election. Go and contest the election. So yeah, if I say yes now, and somebody, I see future in it tomorrow, I will go. If I say no, if I say yes now and tomorrow I see no reason to go, I will leave. But if there is opportunity for us to serve, what we have in our brain, we think that the Nigerian society need it. So if we see opportunity, we'll come. But we are not desperate. We have things we are doing. So if we are not seeing opportunity to come and serve, we'll go our way.
All right. On that note, we'll draw the curtain today on the Insight. And we've been speaking to Ernest Ike Ugu, former chairman of National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Enugu, and he's the director of Swiss Kids Academy. Ernest, it's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you so much.
But we'll invite you again where we'll expand on other issues. You know, today we'll just first government policies on education, but there are really other interesting issues that we'll need to dare to it.
Once I'm in town,
all right. And you, our audience, remember that on the Insight, your view matters. Send us your views, your opinion on if listening to an expert on these issues. So send us your opinion on what you think or other issues you think we will discuss with the hashtag The Insight on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Until we come your way same time next week, I remain your host, Uche Osai.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news across the country on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. Pengassan summons emergency meeting over alleged mass sacking of workers by Dangote refinery. Japan cancels Africa Hometown Initiative following confusion. Military arrests 120. FG unveils new policy to standardize drug procurement. Nigeria spends over 80 billion naira on arms imports. Sokoto First Lady launches cash support for schoolgirls. Tanker fire disrupts movement on Onitsha Expressway. I'm Deborah Wakoba with the details of the news. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengassan, has called for a National Executive Council meeting after Dangote Refinery allegedly sacked its workers for belonging to the union. The national president of Pengassan, Comrade Festus Osifo, announced this in an interview with Daily Post today. He said the union will arrive at the best action against Dangote Refinery in its next meeting scheduled for the weekend. This comes after media reports that Dangote Refinery terminated the appointment of all its Nigerian workers after they joined Pengassan. Comrade Osifo had assured that all the sacked workers will be recalled. away from industrial crisis. The Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, has cancelled its African Hometown Initiative, citing misunderstandings and confusion over the program. The project, launched in August to promote cultural and educational exchanges between 4 Japanese cities and African countries, has sparked reports that Japan would offer special visas for Nigerians to relocate to Kisarazu. JICA clarified that the use of the term hometown and the idea of designating Japanese municipalities caused confusion and placed a burden on the cities involved. The agency apologized to the municipalities and confirmed it has no plans to promote immigration, focusing instead on cultural and education exchange. The cancellation follows earlier denials by the Japanese government after Nigerian State House incorrectly announced a visa scheme. JICA stressed the initiative was never meant to provide migration benefits and will continue supporting other international exchange programs. Now on the security front, the Defense Headquarters says troops have arrested over 120 criminals, including 26 terrorist collaborators, and rescued 41 hostages in nationwide raids between September 14th and 22nd. Key successes include the capture of Kingpin Malam Abubakar Amadu in the northwest and the arrest of 26 collaborators in the northeast. Troops also dismantled illegal oil sites in the south-south and freed victims across the north-central and southeast. In the meantime, Nigeria has spent 800.1 billion naira on arms and ammunition imports between 2020 and mid-2025, highlighting continued reliance on foreign suppliers despite government's efforts to boost local production. Imports surged from 29.24 billion naira in 2020 to 520.02 billion naira in 2024, with 26.95 billion naira spent in the first half of 2025 alone. The figure shows slow progress in implementing the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria, DICON Acts of 2023. Industry groups warn that heavy imports drain foreign exchange and expose the country to political pressures, calling for stronger collaboration with DICON to scale up domestic production and reduce reliance on imports. Now over to Abia. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State says the Southeast governors have not abandoned the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Nnamdi Kanu. Governor Oti stated this during a media parley last night in Umuahia, the state capital. According to him, the governors are actively engaging relevant authorities to secure Kanu's release, stressing that not all efforts are meant for public disclosure. This clarification is coming a day after Igbo elders from across the southeast staged a protest at Government House, Umuahia, over Kanu's continued incarceration. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) has constituted a 7-member team of experts to ascertain the actual health status of the detained self-acclaimed leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Lawyer to the Department of State Service (DSS) and prosecuting lawyer in Kanu's ongoing terrorism trial, Adeboyega Awomolo, announced this at the resumed hearing in the case today. Mr. Awolomo said the federal government chose to invite the NMA to intervene in the matter in view of conflicting information about Kanu's actual state of health. He spoke while opposing the application by Mazi Kanu, in which he is seeking to be taken to the National Hospital in Abuja for medical attention. In the meantime, the federal government has introduced a new policy to standardize the procurement of medicines and health products nationwide, aiming to improve quality, affordability, and transparency in the health sector. BPP Director General Maman Amadu said the framework will eliminate fake drugs, curb waste, and end inflated contracts while aligning with global best practices. He added that the next phase will promote inclusiveness by creating procurement opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Now to Sokoto State, where the governor's wife, Hajiya Fatima Aliyu, has launched cash grants for 41,821 girls under the Agile project to boost education and retention. Haji Aliyu said the program would help girls overcome economic challenges, while Agile's national coordinator Fatima Buba Haruna praised its impact on access to quality education. Program coordinator Dr. Mansour Issa Buhari said schools have been upgraded, teaching materials provided, and safe space activities introduced, with 200,000 girls expected to benefit by project's end. In other news, the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, DSVA, has introduced new guidelines to curb workplace harassment, warning that gender-based violence costs Nigeria about $3 billion annually. A DSVA survey showed over 70% of professionals had faced harassment, with experts and lawmakers urging zero-tolerance policies and stronger protections for workers. The symposium also launched the Lagos State Guidelines for preventing and addressing sexual harassment in the workplace, aimed at safer and more inclusive offices. Still in Lagos, the state government has given computer village traders 18 months to move to Katangowa, Abada Okeodo local government area. The new site is equipped with facilities to support business. The Ikeja market, originally residential, became a trading hub without approval. The relocation plan, first proposed in 2006, had faced delays and the government seeks traders' cooperation. Katangowa spans 15 hectares and includes a police post, hotels, and BRT access. Iyaloja Chief Abisola Aziz urged traders to comply, citing the 2006 agreement with former Governor Bola Tinubu. Also, the Lagos State government has begun demolishing illegal and unsafe buildings at the Trade Fair Complex, Ojo, targeting unapproved and defective structures, blocking roads and drainage. The exercise involved LASCA and the Ministry of Physical Planning and other agencies, with security personnel providing backup. Bulldozers pulled down marked structures as traders watched with concern. The demolition follows the expiry of a government amnesty that followed owners to regularize buildings. Authorities say illegal development worsened flooding, traffic, and urban disorder, promoting stricter enforcement across the state. The news across the country is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok, here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Bengasan summons emergency meeting over alleged mass sacking of workers by Dangote refinery. Japan cancels Africa Hometown Initiative following confusion. Military arrests 120 people. FG unveils new policy to standardize drug procurement. Nigeria spent over 80 billion naira on arms imports. Sokoto First Lady launches cash support for school girls. Coming up shortly, tanker fire disrupts movement on Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. We'll be right back shortly.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Welcome back. A diesel-laden tanker crashed and caught fire yesterday on Ugwuonyama stretch of the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, throwing motorists into panic. Fortunately, no lives were lost in the lone accident. FRSC Sector Commander in Enugu, Mr. Franklin Abokoba, said officers quickly diverted traffic through the Ngo Snake Road to ease gridlock while firefighters battled the raging flames. He urged commuters to remain patient as emergency teams work to fully contain the fire and restore normal movement along the busy expressway. On a happy note, women of Isuzo local government area of Enugu State have commended Governor Peter Mbah for development projects and welfare initiatives, including healthcare centers and smart green schools at the 2025 Isuzo Women Convention. The First Lady, Mrs. Nkechi Mba, represented by Barrister Chidinma Egonu, urged women to stay united and participate in programs for health, education and skills development. The event ended with the distribution of palliatives and empowerment packages alongside cultural performances, celebrating women's community contributions. Now over to business. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has launched Operation Go Cashless, a contactless and cashless payment system. In a statement, FAN stated that the initiative was launched in collaboration with Paystack. The payment system is expected to be deployed from September 29 at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. According to FAN, the move is in response to increasing demand for secure, modern and transparent payment system and part of efforts to keep Nigeria's airports in step with global digital standards. The agency said by reducing reliance on cash, the move aims to enhance efficiency, improve revenue assurance, and deliver a better customer experience at airports. Now over to sports. Billy Vega, 21, former Arsenal Academy striker, has died after suffering a brain injury during a Chichester City FC match. He was placed in a coma and underwent surgery but could not recover. Vega, who also played for Derby County, Hastings United and Eastbourne Borough, was remembered by Arsenal as a talented and beloved player. Chichester City confirmed his death and postponed Saturday's match, while clubs and the FA paid tribute to his memory. Now in entertainment. Nigeria's singer Suleiman Shekoni Solomon, better known as Kaid, has voiced his desire for freedom. The singer announced on his X page that he would be needing lawyers to handle certain personal matters. He also shared his desire for freedom while addressing the expectations he is constantly faced with. Kaid further encouraged young lawyers to consider career in the entertainment industry, noting the growing demand for legal representation. To end the news across the country, here are the main points. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASAN, has called for a National Executive Council meeting after Dangote Refinery sacked its workers for belonging to the union. Japan has scrapped East African Hometown Program after it caused confusion over hometowns and alleged Nigerians' visa plans. Military said it has arrested 120 and rescues 41 hostages, including 26 terrorist collaborators, and freed 41 hostages during nationwide operations. We also told you that a diesel tanker yesterday caught fire along the busy expressway, causing traffic diversions. That ends the news. For breaking news, eyewitness report, please call 07030437110 or visit our social media feeds across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for joining us.
Bishop,
Enugu State is known for its rich culinary heritage, with various local government areas contributing their unique dishes and specialties. Some popular dishes across Enugu State include Okpa, a traditional Igbo dish made from Bambara groundnuts; Abacha, a popular Nigerian dish made from dried shredded cassava; Nkwobi, a spicy cow leg dish; Abobo or Fiofio, a porridge made from pigeon peas; Ofe Akwu, a traditional Nigerian soup made with palm fruits oil extract; Akpu, a traditional Nigerian food made from cassava tubers; Ogba, a traditional Nigerian food ingredient made from fermented oil bean seeds; Okwa, African breadfruit often used in traditional dishes; Oha soup, a traditional Nigerian soup made with oha leaves and cocoyam paste. And going over to the local government areas, We begin in an Inri local government area, which is known for the following cassava-based dishes: gari, fufu, and processed flakes. Market-made snacks like the okpa, which is the bambara nut cake, akara-style bean fritters, and palm oil-based salads. Ogo local government is known for its hearty soups and stews, pepper soup variants and goats and Milton preparations, staples, yam and cassava. Enugu's local government area is known for their special delicacy nkwobi, isiewu, spicy cow leg, and street foods like pepper soup and grilled fish, and packaged traditional foods like dried abacha flakes and pre-packed okpa. And Enugu North is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, oba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, oba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo Eze North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. While Igbo Eze South has festive soups and cassava accompaniments like hearty soups and cassava derives like gari and fufu. In Isuzo local government area, the local government is known for highland crops like yam, tuber crops, and dried tuber dishes like variants, which is similar to achicha and abobo. Nkanu East also has the abacha styles and variants with different preparations using fresh native beans, fried ingredients, and local sauces of smoked fish. Nkanu West has yam and vegetable combos like festival dishes, combining tuber staples with special meat and seafood dressings. And Nseka is known for their okpa, achicha, and abacha. They are widely reported as common local specialties, and they have the delicacy made with corn known as ayarayoka. Oji River is known for cassava-derived snacks, abacha ingredients, okwa, smoked fish, and okpaka. Is known for trade hubs and market supply. Udenu is known for garden vegetables and accompaniments and dried tuber preparations like leafy green soups and dried tuber snacks. Udi local government is also known for cassava products and abacha, popular abacha preparations, and cassava-based products with various soups. Uzuwani local government area is known for riverine and food networks, which are the okwa, tubers such as yam and cassava, and vegetable soups with their various ways of preparation, and also their festival cooking, which is a locally caught fish and smoked proteins.
maka na ọ magburu okwu izizi igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe
obodo ụlọ kwa ebe nwa ya ji
Hello, I'm Aneke Wakoba. I am Aneke Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
It was Joseph Schumpeter who posited that democracy is an indispensable mechanism for selecting leaders through elections to the actual process of choosing rulers, and franchise is a pivotal process in the electoral process. In that same vein, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has emphasized the need for popular participation in the registration of their voters' card for the 2027 general elections. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, saddled with the responsibility to organize, conduct, and supervise elections at all levels in Nigeria, including presidential, gubernatorial, and legislative elections at the federal and state levels, that also have the responsibility to register eligible voters and maintain an accurate voter register, recently announced It plans to commence the continuous voter registration CVR from August 18, 2025. The commission also proposed to include inmates in the forthcoming 2027 general election, emphasizing on inmates' voting rights. This is as the electoral empire has re-echoed the need to seek the intervention of the National Assembly on the matter. When this happens, it will be the first in the history of Nigeria. These singular acts have, however, drawn different opinions from the public.
In Iboze South local government area, what we would do and have begun doing is sensitization. Sensitizing not just the youths of Iboze South about the registration, but also sensitizing the women of Iboze South. Don't forget, some were not around during the last round of registration. They were probably outside the local government, residing somewhere else, so they are now back home. Or conscientize them. Like you rightly said, the youths, constitute the substantial number and majority of the populace. Some of them in the last exercise were not up to age enough so as to participate in exercising their franchise. This time around, they have now grown and they can exercise that right of participation, in voting. So we conscientize them in secondary schools, in churches, in villages, during cultural festivals. These are the sensitizations we have championed, we have brought up, making it for them to know that it is as good as it is religious, that they enroll themselves in that platform where they can choose leaders and leadership of their choice in the next turn of general election in the country.
My name is Obina Samson. I'm a youth administrator and also as well I work with Aneke pastor, Aneke Care Foundation. Listen, concerning the continuous voters registration, I think it's very, very important because by law, once a youth is up to age of 18, he or she has the right to vote and be voted for. And the failure to go for the registration will eventually means that that youth will be denied of his or her fundamental human rights of voting or voting or to be voted for. So what it means is that every youth that would want to exercise their franchise come 2027 should try as much as he or she could to go for the registration and participate in the voting. It's very, very important. Without the registration, there's no way you participate. Because I know some will be clamoring for retention or change of government. But there's no way you can effectively carry out this your plan without going for your registration. So it's a clarion call for every youth there. If you know that you are up to the age of 18 years, go and do your registration so that you'll be eligible enough to participate in the forthcoming election. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Obastik, a medical practitioner and Secretary Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, a developmental analyst. For some of us who have gotten their voters card, I say kudos. It's a civic responsibility. You can't sit on the fence and be shouting. You must actually have your voters card to say this is whom you are going to allow to be elected. The last election we saw a lot of young Nigerians who were shouting a particular candidate on the street, but turned out that they didn't have a voter's card. On the election day, they only walked from afar, to those casting their ballots. Now, Aneke has given us the privilege again in the name of continuous voters register. Ideally, that registration should be a continuous process because people turn to 18, every day, every minute, every second. So I think what I would say, those that have not gotten their cards, those that have not gotten the card for the first time, those that have lost their cards, those that actually want to change, those who have just attended 18, our university students, they should avail themselves the opportunity of becoming a full-fledged citizen by having their voters card to enable them perform their civic responsibility.
And they should decentralize the registration process. What I mean by decentralization is try to engage, if it is possible, private sector partnership. Use agencies like MTN, Glo, as as a means of hastening this registration. If possible, they should decentralize it even to the local government area, even ward level. Ward level to be better off, to make it more easier. Instead of clustering to a place for registration, you can go to your various ward and then carry out this registration effectively without any stress.
All eyes are on Aneke to unfold its plans to the general public to ensure a free, fair and credible election come 2027. However, this is a clarion call to the good people of Nigeria, a call to rise and choose your leaders, a call to come out in mass to register, get your PVC and vote. It is time to take hold of our country, Nigeria, to be patriotic because Nigeria is ours. Therefore, get your PVC. Chidemi Kemede, Aneke TV.
During this year's World Peace Day, the Chief Executive Officer of Lead Network Africa, Chukwuma Ephraim Okenwa, emphasized the importance of peace at the Base Auditorium Independence Layout in Enugu. This was why, in his opening remarks, Okenwa stated that peace is not a passive word, but an active one and the nexus on which growth and development of any society rests. We are therefore enjoined from this year's World Peace Day theme to act now for a peaceful world. While remarking on peace markers, the rector of the Institute of Management and Technology, Professor Gozie Obodo, isolated 4 factors of peace to include inevitability factor, choice factor, sacrifice factor, and benefit factor.
I want to share with you what I have encapsulated as the 4 factors of peace. This is my own postulation. 4. The first factor is what? The inevitability factor. What do I mean by inevitability? It's simply the fact that every human interaction, every human relationship, whether it is siblings from the same mother, whether it is in a polygamous family, whether it is as colleagues, whether it is as fellow students, whether it is as people who are business partners, whether it is as countries dealing with each other, it is inevitable that the consequential fallout of that relationship is that there must be a conflict. Are you guys following me? I said it is what? Inevitable. That's the inevitability factor. And that's why brothers and brothers fight. That's why sisters and sisters fight. It doesn't matter. As long as you have any kind of relationship, there must be a fallout of that relationship. The second factor is what we consider to be the choice factor. Choice, in the sense of what is your choice in the face of this inevitable fallout of a relationship. Do you want to fight it out? Do you want to seek peace? The choice is yours. And I think that that is the gravamen of why we're here today. That we must always think of the peace option. Is that clear? We must always think of the what? The peace option.
The chairman of the Traditional Rulers Council, Enugu State, His Royal Highness Igwe Samuel Asado, also called on the government to engage the youth so they will cease from being restive to fostering peace in the country.
You see, today is a special day called World Peace Day. It's just a relationship among individuals, human beings on earth. We need to work on it every day. There are factors that everybody has defined world peace, and I see the people that spoke here. And I wish this atmosphere is very peaceful, you can see. So that's the peace starts from here. And again, it's very imperative as a leader, or as a family man, or as a woman, or a guy, in some way, wherever you are, to create peace among the environment. Communities need to start together, especially the countries like Nigeria. We need to have internal peace, whether peace within the tribes, within the religious groups, within the cultural groups, within the tribal groups. So we need to look into that. So we need to encourage our government to look into world peace, to use the day to make a sacrifice. Those sacrifices include, but not limited to, community building, education, youth empowerment.
On her own, the founder of Nnenna Anozie Foundation and a legal practitioner, Barrister Nnenna Anozie, said that the world would be a beautiful place to be if we can build and pursue peace. In an interview with Aneke TV, Chukwuma Okenwa has this to say about global peace and peace in the country.
I think it's all about, evaluating the different strategic interests of parties involved and giving room for a negotiation. We know that in the case of Israel and Gaza, a near resolution was achieved recently, but for U.S. Applying the power of veto to veto the decision on the grounds that Hamas was not sufficiently condemned and that nothing was done about the hostages, like stressing on the need to release the hostage. So to the U.S., which is a very strong ally of Israel, it does appear that the needful has not been done, right? So when we look at all these strategic objectives, and in the case of Ukraine and Russia, Russia's national interest is, we signed a pact, a Warsaw Pact, that you shouldn't join NATO, right? Because we all share same border. So aligning yourself with the far west is going to pose some security danger to us. That is geopolitics. And now, we saw like the West almost getting Ukraine to subscribe, and Russia saw that as an existential threat. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that sometimes when you want to analyze global politics, for instance, one may easily see from the news, it may appear that Russia is the aggressor, but Russia has an interest. It's all about existential threat. And also in the case of Israel and Gaza, an unprovoked attack, onslaught from Gaza to Israel, right? Unprovoked, took hostages and all the rest of it. And these are nations run by terrorists, right? And if you don't look at those background, it's going to be like provoking to Israel, just trying to forget about those aspects, and you are saying, well, Israel accepts a ceasefire. So whatever thing that should be like a peace deal should be sustainable, right? It should be such that meets all of the strategic impacts of, of the parties that are involved.
Coming down to this place, we also have a crisis and conflicts occasioned by agitations and Boko Haram insurgents. What is the way out?
The way out is basically what is the interest of the Southeasterners. We feel marginalized. There's empirical evidence that shows that even in Federal Character Commission, right, Ndibo is not really carried along. So get them on the table, find out what is the problem. Can these issues be addressed? Yes, of course, right? What that would mean is that we are not just content, aside from keeping us away from being president and vice for several years, but apart from the statutory 5 ministers going to 5 southeastern states, it does appear we can get more. You can't tell me that is maybe under probability. No, it's intentional. So this thing should be fixed. Some of these complaints we have should be addressed, and with that, everyone can feel carried along in the Nigerian project.
All right. Now, the team says act now for a peaceful world. What have you got to say about that?
The UN's team, it's actually the United Nations team. Peace is not just what you wish, right, or will. It has to be accompanied with a corresponding action, right? If you ask me, maybe in the case of Israel and Gaza, many of their citizens are wishing. On both ends, they sustain collateral damage. Can this war stop? But beyond that, there is the action part of it, which involves looking at the strategic interest of parties involved and readiness to move, to make some shifts. Because standing at where you are without readiness to move, it's always a problem, right?
Okay, so narrowing it down to Nigeria, act now, what are your suggestions to that?
So we've seen all pockets of crisis that has to do with, between tribes. There's need for, for us to review some of these issues and address it. And with that, I can tell you, we can fix some of this crisis. The most important thing is understand the interest of the warring parties. There's always interest. We are people of interest. Why do we work? We want to be able to do what? Provide for ourselves through our work. It's all about interest. Why do people war, right? They want to defend their own strategic interest. So that is just it. The world peace is not passive. So let nobody come up with a blackmail of, oh, if you are peaceful, remain passive. That's not what peace means. The word peace simply means, you are ready to explore non-violent options, right? To achieve your strategic objectives. Rather than engaging in wars that will mean parties being torn apart. It doesn't always turn out good.
The occasion was indeed a pleasant and peaceful one. Chinwendo Ifeonwankwo, Aneke TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Oporto. And a lovely morning to everyone watching. Thank you for joining us this morning. You're watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Your reliable voice every morning, bringing light to your day. I'm Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
Good morning, and I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this great Thursday. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Thursday, September 25, 2025. And it's a bright and new day, another and refreshing sunrise, where we've got everything you need this morning, from the latest news and weather to trending stories and newspaper review, plus that signature sunrise vibe. And it's all here today to help you ease into the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, set sail with us, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and on today's sunrise, we begin with our quote of the day, with words that inspire, teach, or words that are educative and also offers insight to keep us focused, creative, refreshed, and well-driven.
And right after that, we'll give you today's stories from our newspaper headlines. All the key updates you need will be served hot and thirsty.
Yes, we've also got the weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast, which will help you get well prepared for the day before stepping out, or if you've stepped out, it would get you through the rest of the day.
And later, we'll take you through today's celebration observance to lift your spirit.
Yes, and to our quote of the day today. Our quote of today is coming from Pythagoras. He was an ancient Greek philosopher and a mathematician, and he's best known today for the Pythagorean theorem in geometry about right-angled triangles. But his influence goes far beyond mathematics, and his ideas are what shaped philosophy, science, and religion for centuries. And he also influenced thinkers like Plato and Aristotle. And in his quote, he says, "In anger, we should refrain both from speech and action." I repeat, in his quote, he says, "In anger, we should refrain both from speech and action." And this quote today is talking about self-control and wisdom in emotional moments. And it means that when we are angry, it is best to pause before speaking or acting. So anytime we're angry, it's better for you to take a moment to think about what next comes. So whenever we're angry, we should take a moment of pause before speaking or acting, because words and actions driven by anger are often rash, hurtful, and difficult to undo. As we all know, anger is a strong feeling that clouds people's judgment and leading people to say things they don't truly mean or make decisions they later regret. But by holding back and allowing the anger to pass, one can respond more calmly and rationally, whereby you avoid unnecessary conflict and damage. So in simple terms, what he's saying is, don't speak or act when angry. Wait until your mind is clear, or you might create problems that last long after the anger fades. As we all know, should I say, every human, like we as human beings, we can be provoking sometimes. And then when someone does something to you, don't act rashly. Don't just say, okay, you got angry this very moment, you want to do something, you want to make sure the person feels anger the way you're feeling right now. So take your time to breathe. Calm down first, then later like when you're calm, that's when you start expressing your, in fact, that's when the wisdom or your mentality comes out. Like that's when you find out, okay, instead of getting provoked and doing something that is going to be rash, you can actually find out that later, if you're calm later, there's actually a solution to that thing at that moment. So instead of speaking rashly or instead of acting rashly, you would find out that there's a solution ahead.
All right. I think this is well captured in our write-up here, and giving the quotes, in anger we should refrain from both speech and action. You know, growing up, one of the things we are taught in emotional management is the ability to hold in and be able to be in control no matter the situation.
Yeah.
And we were told one thing, I don't forget that. We were told that when provoked, when situation of provocation arises, that the sweetest song is silence.
Yeah.
The sweetest song is silence. And I've heard onto that till this day. You know, so once in a while I remember when people talk about music and all that. And I remember that teaching because it was a culture that was imbibed in us so early during our formative years. And then I remember, and I keep pondering through that very sentence, that the sweetest song is silence, you know. And whenever I say this, people will like, why is the sweetest song silence? But you would agree with this great philosopher that yes, he captured it very, very, very well, that when provoked, when angry, don't act immediately.
Yeah.
In fact, like the part of the techniques that you've reeled out about taking a moment, take a breather, breathe in and out, and you know, we equally taught when that situation arises, when you feel provoked, when you feel angered by a situation, that you should begin to count.
Yeah.
Take in your mind, in your head, take a count perhaps from 1 to 100 and keep muttering. And beyond that, personally, what I do is, one of the techniques I have learned is to bite my tongue. Yes, that's one of the techniques I have learned. I bit into my tongue, hold it there. So restrain me despite the level of provocation, not to react to that instant. You know, again, if you come to where we come from, or the eastern Nigeria where we are headquartered, the Igbos will always say in one of their sayings that two persons cannot be mad at the same time. Therefore, when provoked, you know, there are levels of provocation. We are not saying that a human being shouldn't be angry. It is within your right to be angry. You can be provoked, you can be angry, but what we are saying is the action that follows, being in control. The speech is the state of mind to be in control, to dictate your own action according to your person, not according to the person provoking you now. Because if you go further, you will discover that at times, when there are issues in contention, it could arise from misinformation or under information. You see at times the whole truth. It could be this person that has provoked you could be on the truth. But like we always say, there are different sides to truth, and there are greater truths. And as in veins of food, bigger truths could begin to emerge. So the best thing at that point in time is, like the Easterners will say, the Igbos will say, that two persons cannot be mad at the same time. So, first of all, look at whoever that is provoking you, that person as a mad person.
Or look at yourself as the bigger person.
You take a bigger look. You take a bigger look. And then, be the bigger person in the picture. But you know that when you see a madman, you don't go into a fist cuff with a madman. When you're fighting with a madman, there are two madmen. People will describe it that there are two mad people fighting over there. Right? So that's why when you take this approach, it restrains you from that action. And often, when you have a loose tongue, you may end up regretting what you've said. Remember the other day, we said that when words have gone forth, they hardly come back.
Yes. I remember that quote.
And I didn't mention, as a human being, you're free to be provoked. You can be angered. Yes, it's within you as a part of your human nature to be angry. We are not saying you shouldn't be angry. Even for those of us who are Christians, when you look at our centerpiece, our focal point in Christianity, our master, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, he got angry several occasions. It was reported in the temple he had to use whip and whisk everybody away from the temple, right? And we heard the issue about the fig tree, the tree that was supposed to bear fruit and not bearing fruit, and he got angry and cursed the tree. So if our Lord and Master and Savior could be angered, then how much more we in our human nature who are very fallible. So is a part of our human nature. If God-man can be angry, and if the Almighty God can be angry as well, because referencing the scripture as a point of call, you would equally say that there were moments when he was angry. Look at God's interaction with Moses. There were moments where Moses didn't get to the promised land because God got angry at a certain point in time and had to punish that misgiving, right? Good. So if God could be angry, if God-man could be angry, then how much more the fallible human being? You can't be angry. But what we are saying is, think through your action. Do not act when provoked. Take calm. Assess the whole situation. Let everything come in. Then you can even address it more bluntly, more aggressively, but choosing your words, choosing your actions carefully, so you don't end up causing more damage than the
escalates. Yes, that's true. That's when you said something about where you bite your tongue whenever you're angry or something like that. I actually have this thing, but mine is not. Or sometimes, okay, when I get angry, the first thing I do is to leave that place, wherever I am, at that moment. So it's called now you avoiding the situation. Okay, so avoiding the situation can actually work. Now somebody insults you, and instead of insulting the person back, just leave that place at that moment. At least maybe the words can keep on going through your head, but for the fact you've left that place at that moment.
Maybe there are situations you cannot walk away from.
Yeah, I know. I'm coming to that place. There are situations you cannot walk away, yes. You can actually look for a place where you can get water, cold water, and take it in. Maybe by the time you're looking for where you can get water, you've calmed down a little. So avoiding that situation and looking for something to be distracting, to distract you from using the words you're about to use, it's actually going to help mostly, not 100%.
This is intentional. Talking about this, not be quick to respond to anger and emotions and all that. It's about being self-conscious.
Yeah.
You have to be self-conscious. Now, let me tell you, growing up, I discovered that, and I told you during our formative years, I discovered that I was quick-tempered. At some point, that I react to issues, I get provoked easily. And it was as if that was a big flaw, and it was as if those who have known that started to take advantage of that, right? So at a point during our formative years, I discovered that this is a weakness, and then to work on it. That's why I told you one of the techniques was biting my tongue. You understand? So I have been trained to be cautious. That's why I told you about self-awareness. Then I bit into my tongue, I take my time, and over the years, I discovered that I will tell you no matter what you do, you can't provoke me when I don't want to be provoked, irrespective of what you do. I decide to be...
Because human beings are fun. They might tell you anger cannot boil you.
I decide to be the centerpiece of my reaction. So when I react, it's calculated to achieve a desired end. One, correct an intention, correct a situation, pass information along, and then when you needed to take a firm stand, take that firm stand. So this been the way I react to issues, right? So it's about, first of all, you have to be self-conscious. Understand yourself. Who are you? There are those of us who are prone to be quick-tempered. So if you realize that you're in this situation, you have to self-consciously work on yourself. Like you did mention, walking away from such a situation, looking for water, get distracted. But mind you, there are moments when you want to, in order to de-escalate tension, and you want to walk away, depending on the person involved. If it's a superior person, when I mean a superior, let's say you're in an organization and this is your superior, scolding you, or things have escalated, walking away could be viewed as insult, right? So knowing that these are moments where you can't walk away, but being able to hold yourself in, That's self-consciousness.
Yeah, try not to even take
and
everything
then not
to heart.
to react at that time. That's the masterpiece, and that's what Plato is telling us.
No,
you know, a lot of Pythagoras, and then a lot of countries have gone to war. There's been, studying yesterday we talked about celebrating Shaka de Zulu.
Yeah.
You will see that a lot of wars were just simply on provocation. You understand? Someone has provoked leaders who are not able to manage their action. They got provoked, and a whole nation is thrust into wars, and lives are lost and all that. So this quote is very apt and cannot be ever emphasized.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Well, my key lesson here is actually about if someone insults you, whenever someone insults you, and reacting instantly in anger is something you should not do. Or if someone insults you and reacting instantly in anger might make you shout or fight back, which can escalate the problem. But if you pause, if you take a moment to calm down, which has to do with self-control, if you take a moment to pause, you may find a calmer, a wiser way to respond, or actually decide that silence is stronger than words, than whatever you have to banter with the person. Now, whether you're in an opposition or not, at least sometimes most people might be shouting at you. Probably they just want to should I say correct you on something, but they are using the wrong words, or they are using the wrong tone to do that thing. Now, don't take it to heart. You might at that moment calm down, listen for the person to be done talking. Then maybe you with your whole calmness, you can now say what you want to say, but try managing your words also, because when the person is shouting and you start shouting too, that's when it can cause conflict.
Escalation.
And two of you might have
issue
escalates. Yes, it escalates. Well, thank you very much for that. And please always keep in mind, like I always say, always keep in mind that each new sunrise brings an opportunity for us to grow, to explore something new. Just like, for instance, I did not know he actually has a way to control his own anger, although I'm not going to bite my tongue, but each new sunrise is a platform for us to learn or simply be more present in whatever we do. So we'll go on a short break, and up next to be the weather report. Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Stay tuned as we take a look at weather reports across major cities in the southeast.
Yes, and we're beginning with Oka. Aneke expects a cloudy start with some showers by mid-morning. Temperatures will range from a cool 22 degrees Celsius in the early hours to around 28 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And don't forget your umbrella.
And over to the cold city of Enugu, the day begins cloudy, warming up to highs of about 30 degrees Celsius. Rain is likely around midday, so prepare for wet conditions before the skies turn partly cloudy later on.
And in Abakaliki, a stormy night gives way to showers in the morning. By the afternoon, skies clear a bit with highs reaching 29 to 30 degrees Celsius.
And over to the city of Owerri, showers are expected early with a mist of clouds through the day. Evening could bring thunderstorms, so stay weather ready. Daytime highs hover near 30 degrees Celsius.
And in Umuahia is mostly cloudy skies with showers likely around midday into the afternoon. Temperatures will climb from about 22 degrees Celsius in the morning to 30 degrees Celsius later in the day. And to sum it up, today will be a cloudy and wet day across the southeast with showers and the chance of thunderstorms in some areas. And temperatures will generally sit between 22 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees Celsius. So it's best advised to keep your rain gear handy.
So wherever you are in the southeast today, make sure to be safe. Be comfortable. Keep your umbrella handy. Then, rain or shine, we've got you covered. This is your weather report across major cities in the southeast. And we'll go on a short break when we return.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Well, today we'll be taking a look at our celebration. We have various celebrations in the world, all over the world, in different countries. And today we have celebrations like World Maritime Day, where it has to do with the moving of goods and services through the water. And now we have World Dream Day. It's a day where you take a time to realize your dream, go through your dreams, life dreams and everything. And we also have World Pharmacist Day, where we appreciate our pharmacists. And we have Lung Health Day that has to do with the lung. And also we have the International Alexia Awareness Day, and this is a neurological disorder that has to do with affecting our coordination, our behavior and balance of speech. But today we'll be taking a look at the World Pharmacist Day and the Lung Health Day. So World Pharmacist Day is celebrated every year on 25th September, and it was established in 2009 by the International Pharmaceutical Federation, FIP, to recognize and highlight the vital role of the pharmacist in improving health around the world. So what this day is about, and the main idea of this day is to promote and advocate for pharmacists' role in healthcare systems. Pharmacists are not only the people behind the counter giving medicine, they also are people who ensure safe and effective use of medications. They are the people we run to before going to the hospital. Now, they also educate patients on how to take their medicine correctly. And they work in hospitals, communities, pharmacies, research institutions, academia, and industries. They also contribute to developing new medicines and vaccines. They also support public health initiatives like vaccination campaigns. So each year, FIP sets a theme. For example, teams often focus on trust, innovation, access to medicine, or strengthening healthcare system. Now, how this year is being celebrated, and the celebration varies across country, but they typically include public health campaigns. There's free health checkups, medication review or awareness program on the safe use of drugs. There's also educational events, workshops, lectures, or webinars about pharmacies, practice, and health promotion. Now, social media campaigns can also be used to celebrate this day using hashtags and posters to celebrate awareness or spread awareness of pharmacies and contributions. And there's also community outreach, where you visit schools, markets, and community centers to educate people about medicines and health living. Then there's recognition of events, where you honor outstanding pharmacists for their services. Like I said, pharmacists are people you usually run to in your community where you have headache. When you have headache, you know, okay, at the end of the day, it's malaria, you just run to a pharmacy and tell them, prescribe this drug for me, I'm having malaria. And that is the run to the fastest, should I say fastest run to place where people run to get treatments, instead of going to the hospital and waiting till it gets to your turn and everything and all that. So now this is what a pharmacy job can do. So now pharmacy, so the World Pharmacy Day is important because it raises awareness of how pharmacists improve health and saves life. And also, this day also highlights access to medicine as a fundamental right. Another importance of this day is that it promotes trust in healthcare by showing pharmacists as essential, approachable for professionals, like I said earlier. And it also encourages collaboration among health workers for better patient outcomes. Then lastly, this day inspires young professionals to pursue pharmacy as a career and not just see them as where we run to as for a fast treatment. So in short, this day reminds the world that pharmacists are medication experts and vital health partners who bridge the gap between science, medicine, and patient care. Okay, so now let us know what you're celebrating wherever you are, and you can tag us or follow us on Aneke TV. You can tag us through our social media feeds like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. We'll be right back, and up next will be the newspaper review.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's see what's making front page news today in The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper. Now on The Nation headlines, we have Nigeria offers solution to debt crisis in developing economies. And on the Punch headlines, we have NNPCL secures 318 billion naira to fund new oil exploration. Still on the Punch, at the top right, we have I'll protect Yoruba interest if elected president, Atiku. Now on the Vanguard headlines, we have what government can do to end mass migration of doctors, NMA, NAD, AMLSN, and others. Now on the Guardian headlines, we have roll overrides multiple dormant parties as Aneke conceded 14 more. Now, our first news headline will be on The Nation today that says, Nigerian offers solution to debt crisis in developing economies. And Nigeria is pushing for new approaches to manage the growing debt crisis that many developing countries face. And the proposal highlights the need for debt restructuring, concessional financing, and fairer global economic policy that will ease the financial burden on power nations.
All right. To take a look at this headline, Nigeria offers solution to debt crisis in developing economies. You know, at the UN convergence in their headquarters in New York, Nigeria was represented, or the president was represented by the vice president, Kashim Shettima. And while at the UN, while making his speech, one can but take pride in our country, being that the quality of our position at this conference is very remarkable for me. However, before I begin to go into the presentation by the Vice President, one would notice that at this year's UN conference is as if the world is tearing apart. There seems to be no agreement. There seems to be no cohesion. You know, look at what happened when the President of the United States was giving his speech. First, on his way to the UN building, the lift stopped working. Then, while he was making his speech, the teleprompter stopped working as well. Okay. It went off. And then you began to see these conduct tunes as if the head of states that UN serves to bring everybody together, that General Assembly serves to bring every head of government, every member nations together to sing and sing in one tune. But this time around, what we're hearing is this conduct tune. In fact, the President of the United States, President Donald Trump, chastised UN of having words without bite. That in fact, he has, on his part, given more than the UN in trying to see that there is peace in the world and ending crisis all over the world. Though his speech is still under scrutiny and should be scrutinized more, but our emphasis this morning, going by the headline on the Nation newspaper, is the solutions that Nigeria proffer. When you look at the position of Nigeria, Nigeria calls for radical reforms on global financial system with emphasis on addressing debt crisis. According to Nigeria, that the UN should look into proffering, or Nigeria is asking them to proffer solutions to the debt crisis that bedevils developing economies, and a new arrangement should be made where these developing economies, and majority of them are in Africa, right? So that they should be able to have access to more financial options and trade. They should be able to access loans and then be able to be more participatory. Let it be, the trades be beneficial to them. And then that takes me to Nigerians' call throughout when the President Shettima was making that speech on behalf of the President. And one can recall that for 2 years in a row now, he's been Vice President that has been attending the UN General Assembly at New York, right? Okay. Yes, he's always been the one representing the President on that occasion. President Tinubu is here to make an appearance. However, the position of Nigeria through that address was one that Nigeria asked this time around pointedly the UN General Assembly that Nigeria should be given a seat at the bigger table. Yeah. Yes, giving Nigeria a permanent seat at the Security Council, where the key major decisions that change and affect the world is taken, that Nigeria has come of age. And then I remember listening to his speech, he cited that when Nigeria became a member of that body, that we had only about 30 million population. But today, Nigeria is well over 200 million population. Okay. In fact, according to the Vice President, Nigeria now has a population of about 230 million. And therefore, given our contributions to the world economy, and our policies and positions on world issues and where we stand from Africa, that would deserve a table at the as the permanent seat of the UN Security Council. Okay, yeah. And to me, yes, I quite support this position. Okay. In fact, it's long overdue. Nigeria, yes, will have our challenges as a nation, but think about it, we deserve a seat on that table. Yeah, there have been many arguments that Nigeria is not stable, we can't even take care of ourselves, and that we're not even among the strong nations of the world. One, granted, but coming to Africa, an African, the most populous black nation in the world, the reputed giants of Africa, given our position in Africa, our policies, where our mediation efforts in seeing that there is peace in Africa, who should be at that table. And that call from the vice president is very germane and should be heeded to, and heeded to fast. Then going forward, part of the actions that Nigeria sought for or was calling for, like we did mention, is that of sovereign debt relief for mostly is African countries that are involved in all this. And then most importantly, another call is the third one for me, where the Nigerian position was that UN should make it more beneficial for countries with mineral resources to benefit from their mineral endowment. It won't be a situation where you have the deposit and another nation is the one enjoying the benefits from those minerals. That there should be a policy that will make it more beneficial to those nations. If we want to come down to Africa, look at the situation of what's going on in most African nations. You will see that where mineral resources are deposited, that you have crisis in those areas. That you have crisis. They are serious crisis situations. And in most cases, you see that these are nations that have been blessed with mineral resources like gold and all that. And yet they are poor, despite their resources. And you see that there are other foreign agencies or foreign governments or enterprises being the one managing these mineral resources in these nations. These countries are shortchanged and all that. So for me, this call is very apt, very germane and timely. Then, looking at the last one is on the call for the digital divide to be bridged. And fairness to UN, in part of the UN General Secretary's presentation, Guterres, part of it was to see to it that the AI introduction gap is bridged and being employed across the world as well. However, the highlight for me in all this is when the vice president was giving that speech, and I want to quote him verbally, you know, it was when the president observed through that speech that some years ago, I noticed a shift at this gathering. Key events were beginning to take place outside this head of state. For me, this is the high point for me. This observation for me is the high point that our president, through the vice president in giving that speech, was able to observe that UN seemed not to have the powers any longer. It seems to have an assembly of words without action. Prior to this period, you know that when UN gives an ultimatum, it becomes an ultimatum. The UN will have the capacity and the capabilities to end wars. But in these days, decisions are tilting away from the United Nations General Assembly or the Assembly of Head of States. They no longer have that bite. Look at what is happening with Russia and Ukraine. Look at Gaza and Israel. So there seems to be a lot of decisions are taken outside the UN General Assembly. Okay, a case in point is what I just mentioned. When you listen to the speech of Donald Trump, you will discover that the UN General Assembly is now singing discordant tunes, which shouldn't be the case. In fact, the UN General Assembly should begin to harmonize, bring every interest together so that this General Assembly will now begin to take decisions as a body and see that they are implemented. It's not a question of where the UN is calling for peace in a so-and-so country, and for some of their members are the ones fueling and arming the crisis. It wasn't like this years before. So our president, through the vice president, was very apt in observing this. And this is a key factor that will tear the UN apart going forward.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now I'll be moving over to our next headline, which is coming from the Punch headlines, where it says NNPCL secures 308 billion naira to fund new oil exploration. And also still on the Punch headline, we'll also be taking a look on our Protect Yoruba interest if elected president. Now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) has raised about 318 billion naira to support fresh oil exploration projects, and this funding is targeted at boosting Nigeria's crude oil output, opening up new oil wells, and strengthening on the country's energy sector. So, Mr. Owuche, what would you like to say on this?
If I have the choice, I want to stay silent on this this very headline, the NNPCL. I would want to stay mute on it.
Okay.
Yes, though it says NPCL secures 318 billion naira to fund new oil explorations.
Yeah.
You would recall that, yes, starting from the era of the Alhaji Shehu Shagari's presidency, Nigeria had this thing to, begin to save. We had what we call the ecological fund that started from the area where a certain percentage was given out. And then, going over the years, we got to where we started setting aside funds for the exploration of oil. And then we saw under the previous administration, the exploration around the Chad Basin, trying to discover oils and all that. But while I wanted to stay silent on this is going to the fact that I want to ask the question, what have we done with the ones who discovered? The ones that we are making, what have we achieved with it?
That's true.
What is the nature and the progress that we've made in the country coming from the resources we've enjoyed from oil? Nations that discovered oil at the same time, or even nations that discovered oil later on, have done better than Nigeria. Go to Angola, you see what they've done over the years with the discovery of oil in Angola. Now, Nigeria, before the discovery of oil in Nigeria, we were a thriving economy that was based on agriculture. You could talk about the granite pyramids in the north. You could talk about palm oil in the east, and so forth and so on. We were so competitive. There were a lot of progress. The quality of education that we enjoyed in that period was very, very, very noteworthy, very high. Then, since we discovered oil, it's as if Nigeria as a nation became a lazy nation that will now became so dependent on oil that our economy only draws its blood through the flow of oil in the Niger Delta regions and all that. Beyond that, what significant changes or improvements would we say that we've enjoyed as a nation since we discovered oil? And now we are voting up to 318 billion new fund for the exploration of oil. For me, what I should be calling is that, and I commend the president, that these funds should be investigated.
Where it was being raised from.
Yes, apart from where it's being raised from, how it's being utilized. What came out from the exploration in Chad Basin, right? And NNPCL I don't see them contributing to this fund. This fund comes from the joint account, from the Federation Allocation account. That's where the money that is derived to fund these explorations come from. Theirs is to utilize this money and then go on expedition and exploration. And then I should call and I support the president that these funds should be investigated, how it's being utilized. Let's see to it that this fund is well utilized. This is Nigeria. When somebody gets to a point and they tell you that they are exploring for oil, whether they discover or not, then it's gone. So we should investigate and see to it that this money that comes from our common patrimony is said to be utilized and utilized very well. Yes. In as much as, yes, okay, we can explore for more oil deposits across Nigeria. But I've called out the fact that what have we done with the ones we have? Have we fared any better? Have the life of Nigerians improved since we moved from agriculture to an oil-based economy? And now, look at the amount. So, while I do not criticize the exploration of oil, my take on this is that the government, yes, I support the president that this fund should be probed from release to utilization. Let's see to it, what are they actually exploring? Are we getting equivalent results? These amounts, I can categorically tell you that when you deploy this 380 billion into Nigerian health sector, our health sector will be massively improved. If you deploy this fund into our education sector will be massively improved. Yes, if you put this into repairing our roads, our road network will massively improve. We may be able to enjoy the quality of nylon roads that we enjoy abroad. So, for me, the issue here, this headline shouldn't be about securing 380 billion over that period of time, but the headline should be, and I would want to see it, that they have investigated and they're able to break down how this money was or is utilized. Yeah. Yes, that's my call on it. And then when you go into the other headline that you did mention, from former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, yeah. I will protect Yoruba interests if elected president. It's quite unfortunate that we've so degenerated to this level, right? Yes, because we would have to base our campaigns a little bit away from ideologies, and we'll have to talk about this primordial interest, this primordial sentiment. However, is a human nature. Like they have said, politics is a game of interest, and every ethnicity, every faction, religious bodies and other will want to see that their interest is protected. Whoever is coming would want to, the ethnic nationalities will see that whoever is vying for that office protects their interests. Yeah. So if when viewed from that line, you will see, okay, that the call from the former vice president that he will protect the interests of the Yorubas is germane, because they will want to be assured that, okay, given that you are a Fulani Northerner, that if should you take over from our brother, where lies our fate? Yeah. And then he has come out to assuage that feeling that, come, I am going to be a president that will equally cater to your interests, that your political and economic interests will be well served under my administration. You will get all your benefits that's due for you and all that. Very good, very attractive. But my take, like I did start with, is that Nigeria has so degenerated to this level that our call, our point of action in seeking the office of the president of Nigeria is no longer policy-based or ideological based of what you can offer the nation, what you will bring to the table, but how you will satisfy the primordial interests of every ethnic nationalities in Nigeria, and even the religious interests in Nigeria. These are the lines. We will recall that as at 2023 build up to the election, we had Emilokon. It is my turn. Beyond Emilokon, we had Yoruba Lokon. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So when you have rhetorics like that, that tells you that the dance will not be about just national interest. It has to be with subnational ethnic interest first. So, being that Atiku Abubakar is from the other divide, he is from the Fulani stock, the northern bloc, he would want to tell the Yoruba that even I, as president, it will equally be Yoruba Lokon. Yeah. That I can still give you more than the Emilokon can give you, right? Then when you going through the era of that 2023, you will see the other major candidate, Mr. P2B as well, coming out to tell you that he's not a tribal political, or that he won't be a tribal president, that he will be a president for all and all that. Okay. This becomes the conversation. Instead of probing what has changed from Atiku's manifesto of 10 years ago to Atiku's manifesto in 2025. Is he people-centered? Is it a manifesto that will drive Nigeria to be a modern economy? Yeah. Is it a manifesto that will move Nigeria back to the drawing board to see that we'll have 24-hour power supply in Nigeria? Is it one that would see to it that Nigerians are not as tasked as we'll begin to witness coming from January 2026 next year? Yeah. What are the policies? What are the issues? These should be the things that we should look into, and not about primordial sentiments for me. That's why when I saw that headline, even though I have tried to balance it, why he would say that, but Nigeria should try as much as possible to move away from these sentiments, because this is what draws us back. It doesn't help this nation to move back. This is why you will continue to see issues like the federal character. It doesn't matter quality, federal character has to be followed. That's why you will see a child from the eastern part of the country, when they write jam, the child in eastern Nigeria will want to go all and above to see to it that he scores 350 for jam for him to be able to secure an admission. And then Usman from Castina will score 100 98,
Yes.
and then Usman is getting admission, and that child from Eastern Nigeria with 300 and something scores stays back at home to struggle to read again. This, he has to obey federal character, and it's issues like this that give rise to federal character. When are we going to become Nigerians and do away with I am Yoruba Lokon,
Yeah.
Abumu Onyibo, Ni Arewane? When are we doing away with those sentiments and then begin to say, I am a Nigerian. I am going to work for Nigerians. Nigeria is my focal point.
Exactly,
and then let us begin to compete as Nigerians. Let's begin to thrive as Nigerians.
Yes.
Let's things to
Let
begin to
Nigeria
work for
be one.
Nigerians.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you categorically, today we'll have a president from the Yoruba ethnic stock. Are the Yorubas buying fuel cheaper than the youths from the Eastern Nigeria?
No.
Are they buying fuel cheaper than those from Arewa?
No, they
Are
not.
they? Do they buy bread and beans cheaper than those from Bayelsa? The answer is practically no. So it behoves on us, the citizens, to begin to call our political actors to act in our national interest. We begin to call them to order when they begin to recite these ethnic mantras. They shouldn't trust that in our front. Tell us what you are going to do for us as a nation, that will begin to buy fuel cheaper. The cost of food in the market will drop to little or nothing, where our take home can no longer take us to the bus stop, but tell us how the take home can take us beyond the bus stop. When was the last time, or do we even discuss it? Does an average Nigerian talk about going on a vacation, given the beautiful landscape and landmarks of Nigeria, given the tourist attractive size that we have in Nigeria? Does an average Nigerian think of going on a vacation? You don't. You struggle from day one to see that ends meet. You take care of a family of two and all that. It's all struggle and struggles. So let the manifestos be about all that. How to make the life of an average Nigerian more meaningful and quality based, rather than telling me what you're going to do for my ethnic stock. No, it should be away from that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to our next paper from the Vanguard that says what governments can do to end mass migration of doctors, NMA, NAD, AMLSN, and others. Nigeria's health sector stakeholders, including the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, the National Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, and the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, AMLSN, are calling on the government to address the root causes of brain drain. They suggest improving doctors' welfare, upgrading hospital infrastructure, and providing better incentives to discourage medical professionals from leaving the country for work abroad. Now, you know, we've seen the details about the news about Japa doctors that are traveling outside the country for a better opportunity. Now, they are calling on the government. They are asking, or the Vanguard headline is reporting that, asking the government what they can do to end the mass traveling out of different doctors in Nigeria. So what's your take on this?
My take on this is not different from what I just finished saying.
Okay.
Yes, when you look at our leaders, what are their focal points? When your focal point is on ethnicity and ethnical issues, you continue to see headlines like this, like it's in the Vanguard newspaper, you understand, where there will be mass exodus of our medical practitioners, right? So in calling them to end that, they should be aware that that's a crisis. However, where do our leaders go for treatment? They go abroad. More often they travel abroad, they leave the nation and go abroad. And then we've been told that even when they get to that place, you see them being treated by Nigerians and Nigerians. Yes, so now this has becoming a challenge because we are beginning to witness shortage of manpower in our hospitals and all that. This is a situation that will have worked for the good of Nigerians. I, for one, am not against Japa. Whoever wants to Japa should Japa. Because the country is not working, one. But even when the country start working, if you want to Japa, you should be free to Japa. I believe in freedom of movement. Yes, if you feel that the other side of the world is more sunnier for you, go and enjoy it. I encourage Japa. If you want to Japa, Japa. But what I'm saying is that let the Japa not be as a result of frustration that was witnessed in our profession. right?
Yeah.
And like I was talking about campaigns and all that, in 2020, build up to 2023, I remember that one of the key presidential candidates told us then that part of his what he will see to achieve is that Nigeria begins to export medical practitioners, give nurses, doctors to other nations as a means of generating foreign reserve, you understand, more direct foreign remittance from abroad to Nigeria. And then when you look at it critically, you see that he is making sense. But for you to be able to export medical personnel, let them go and generate foreign currency for the country, just like the Indians are doing. When you go to the US, for example, anything on tech, you will see that Indians are dominating, right? And when you see the remittance to India, the highest come from Indians are in diaspora. The returns they make, because they control tech in America, they control tech in the world. They export their people in the area of tech, and they are doing quite well. So through that area, they are generating huge income for their nation. So there's nothing wrong if we set our home right, and then those that feel like we can export more. But what are they going to do to improve the situation here? Because we have to improve the home front first before we start thinking about exporting more personnel to other nations. What are they going to do? I bet you our leaders know what to do, is the will to do it. However, like you did ask me what I would say or what I'm going to say about this, I will only add my voice to amplify this headline, like the Punch has provided in their summation to our leaders. What are the issues here? Recently on this program, we interviewed resident doctors when they were about going on strike. What have been the issue? Over the years, you see medical practitioners go on strike. What has been the issue? What is the issue? And what will be the issue tomorrow? You look at it, you talk about poor remuneration, right?
Yes.
You talk about exhaustive working condition,
shortage
right?
of staff.
Shortage of manpower and all that. So these are the issues. Improve their working environment, improve their working condition. Then, once you do that, see that they are well remunerated. You know, while we were talking with the resident doctor here that day, he was telling you that what they now earn is no longer able to take them beyond the bus stop. That you can't take them home. Unlike that period when you think that once you become a medical practitioner, you become an elite in the society and you could afford your basic need, that the situation is no longer that way. So the government, part of what they should do is that to see that they are well remunerated, improving manpower as well. What is our policy on medical education? What are we doing to encourage more of our young ones to go into that field? These are the issues. Where a Yahoo boy with a mini laptop in the street earns more than a medical practitioner, a consultant, what do you expect? There will be more tilting towards that abnormally, towards that criminal tendencies than going into the classroom to study medicine. So these issues are holistic. That's why when you see me shout and cry that we should move away from our primordial sentiment, our primordial politics, and take a national outlook. These are the issues, because there are a whole lot of issues that should be addressed, and this is one critical sector that should be addressed. I can tell anyone, take your time and go to our teaching hospitals. Go and observe the situation there. You begin to cry for this nation. Go around the health centers in our communities. Go wherever you, just take your time, go walk, take a look. You come out weeping. There are ones I have taught in this city, across this country. You go to a place, you see just a nurse on duty in the night, taking delivery of babies in health centers, where you see little or no medication. And then this nurse alone is meant to handle emergencies. So these are the situations. Look at, then you talk about number of people that have died out of these situations. Look, would we have enough manpower to even talk about handling emergency situation? Do we have emergency numbers to call and personnel to attend to emergencies like that? In other climes, you have where when there are emergencies, just dial and then immediately you get help. Do we have the personnel even to man our hospitals? Not talk about going forward to offer emergency help to people. These are the issues. That's why you see me when I hammer on our leaders, on our political class, to do away from the politics of Emi Locon, our Locon. that the nation will not move forward. These are the issues that make me call on them. And then we've very equally seen that Nigerian Medical Association and other medical bodies have equally called on the government to improve the welfare of medical practitioners, the doctors and co. So like I can categorically say without profiling solutions that our leaders know what to do. Nigeria is not suffering from a depth of ideas or policies. What we are suffering from is the courage to implement these policies. It was on this program that we saw the headline where somebody is calling that the remuneration of office holders should be increased. How can you improve the remuneration of office holders in a country where your medical practitioners are running away from your nation? Because you cannot take care of them. They run to nations where they will be well catered for, where they will earn a living. And in those nations, it's not as if the working condition is far better, but you see them working over 20 hours in those places. But what options do they have? They have to go there because there are provision, there are other things. At least they could talk about when they go home, they will see constant power supply at home. Their basic needs are catered and provided for. So you continue to see them run away. So I bet you that our leaders know what to do. They should only summon the courage to do it and do it for the people. Yes, we're not saying they should stop going abroad for medical tourism and all that. But see to it that the people that you took an oath to serve, that they are well taken care of. At least let's have the basic. I can tell you they have the capacity, they have the they will have the alertness, the mental shrewdness to be able to see to it that action is taken.
Okay.
You know, I keep saying there are many areas that we need to declare a state of emergency on, and issues like these are one of them. Starting from your educational policies about training of medical practitioners. And I like to, when I talk about this issue, I always like to make reference to the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, giving his actions since after that election. You will see him moving from one nursing school to the other. And when you ask him, he will tell you that this nation, that as far as nursing is concerned, that we don't have enough. That in fact, it's going to be a crisis if we don't begin to churn up more nurses. There is going to be a serious crisis in this nation. Have our government heeded to such? How many schools of nursing do we have? How do we subsidize it? How do we make it affordable? How do we make it comfortable and encourage more persons to go into medical practice? So, Debbie, when you ask me questions like this, then my answer to you is that this is why you see me shout on top of my voice, call on our leaders, hammer them that the right thing should be done, that the welfare of the citizens should be the focal point of their action. And if the citizens who are the electors who put them into office, that becomes the central point of their action, then headlines like this will not make newspapers.
All right, thank you very much for that. But now looking lastly over to our last paper for today on the Guardian headline that says, how Roe overrides multiple dormant parties as Aneke considered 14 more. I take that again. Roe overrides multiple dormant parties as Aneke considered 14 more. Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is facing controversy over its plan to register 14 new political parties. And critics argue that many of the existing parties are inactive or dormant, and adding more will create confusion on ballots. Supporters, however, insist that democracy thrives on political plurality and that Nigerians should have wider options in elections. So I would like to know your take on this.
All right. I think you've summed up from what the paper has said there. However, recently made the headlines with INEC letting us know that more about 14 political association has been given the go-ahead to continue to process to become political parties. Like we saw the like of the association called ADA, ADA. Yes, being given the green light to go ahead with their registration process to become a political party. And like you did point out, yes, it's been causing row and division amongst the political class, and the people. It's become a subject of debate, right? Some people are saying that the number of political parties are so numerous that it should be whittled down, that going ahead to register another 14 political parties when they are redundant political parties, parties that can't win election and all that. However, if I can take you back through memory lane, you discover that this is not the first time that more political associations are being given the nod to register to become political parties. If you go back to 2003, we had about 28 political parties, and from 2003 going forward, by 2007, the political parties has grown to 50. Moving to 2011, we had about 63 political parties or thereabouts. And then as at 2091, it may interest you to know that the parties have grown to about 91 political parties as at 2029. And then by 2023 election, it was pruned down to 18 political parties. You know, given what's been transpired with INEC over the years, there are periods where like in 2019, we've had about 91 political parties. And there are periods where INEC prunes these political parties, reducing the number. Some of these political parties had gone to court to challenge the action of INEC. Why were they, cut off from being a political party for not meeting certain requirements and all that? So having this humongous number of political parties and registering giving green light to another 14 political association to register to become political parties, for me is very, very apt and is what is obtainable in a democracy. This is a democracy. There is freedom of association. There is right to form organization, form political parties. Perhaps the one who is not serving all the ideological, political leanings of Nigerians. So, open up for me, open up the democratic space. Let's have more political party. In that case, we won't be talking about a one-party state where we've been making headlines. Politicians have been blocking our eardrums with call that the president is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state where we had only 3 dominant political parties and thereabouts. But I bet you one thing, even if you register 100 political parties today, all of them will not be major political parties. You still have major political parties. And these major political parties may not be beyond 4. You understand? So this is very, very apt. And INEC, given the argument that's been going back and forth, INEC is within their right to authorize this political association, this political movement, to go forward and register to become a political party. When you look at Nigerian Constitution section 222, you understand, you see the conditions that have been given and which I suppose INEC has followed. When you look at the section 79, subsection 1, 2, and 4, you understand, you see that INEC is within their right to register these new political parties that has met the constitutional requirement to be registered as political party. And when you check the act of INEC as well, as electoral reform of 2022 as well, so you will see that INEC, yes, is within their regulatory right to ask more political association to transform to a political party, being that they've met the requirements, they've met the benchmark of to be registered to transit to a political party. However, my call is that this political association should bring on, let it be ideological base, right? Let them, like the other people that have argued from the other divide, have said that these political parties are handbags for political merchants. Right? They shouldn't just be dead political parties or dead wood. They should be able to win seats, win elections, offer people different options from what we have on ground. Let our political space be opened up to be an ideological base. Let it not be a politics of cash and carry or stomach infrastructure where politicians are after their stomach and what they will get. And then you see people cross-carpeting from one political party to the other. There is no ideological difference between these political parties. So I encourage INEC, in as much as, yes, this political association meets up requirements to be registered and that the democratic space should be opened. But what I call off, they should see to it that this will bring something new to the fold. Let it be ideological-based political association that will transition. Let them offer us something different from the progressives, from the Democrats, and from Labour, and all of them. Let's have something new. Let it be a thrust of fresh air. Let this 14 association that's been authorized to register now bring something new that will cover the uncovered area where Nigerians will say, okay, this political association covers my interest. Let me participate in the process. Let this association engender awareness amongst political participators, among citizens, create more citizen awareness so that our party that will see it in our civic space will no longer be a thing in our make newspaper headlines as well, so that people will come out, know that it is their civic responsibility to participate in election, to vote and be voted for. And for me, even if they are able to register another 14 beyond this, they should go ahead and register.
So.
Yes, let Nigeria not be a one-party state, and let there be options. Let candidates have options where go join anyone you want, come out, let's scrutinize you. If what you offer is germane and good enough for us, then to all intent and purposes, let's queue up behind that party and then give them that position. And that's what it should be all about.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and thank you for listening. And please do not forget that you can grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the paper online for more broader information. And also, you don't forget to follow or tag us on Aneke TV across Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And it's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise, and I'm always your host, Deborah Wakoba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be bold, be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains 1 cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days, Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke ibe anyị ekele m ọ jụụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ọ ya dịrị onye ọ na mma edikwazi ọgbaghị nọ ya abịa na anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ ka ọ dị mma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawọ aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-eji ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọku ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanu na anụ Nta Egbenese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị. Anyị na-asị Eke ka Eke ketere anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Ahwọ ka Ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Nkwọ ka Nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Orie ka Orie rutere anyị ihe ọma. Ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị, wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo, wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa, wetere anyị ịhụnanya, wetere anyị ọganihu, wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma. Nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ, kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama.
Ndị be anyị ọjị abịa, anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa, ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị, anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị, ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe, asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọke ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma, goziela ya Eke, gozie Orie, gozie Nkwọ, mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọ ihe ha ga-eri, mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ, ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ, soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị. Chukwu na anyị si ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na agam n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma. Ndewo. Anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị, okenye na-awa ọjị, ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị, na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ, maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu. Iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile, ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu. Onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọghọ, ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu. Ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ. Ọjị ruo ịnọ otu a ata ya, o ruo ise atakwa ya, mana o bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ, ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
Na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị, na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị, na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị, na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị. Maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya, ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya. ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ability is the power or skill to do something. It is more like a license to take over. And anytime ability is underutilized, failure becomes inevitable. It is on this note that we are bringing you this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke Television. It is the program that cares about the young people as it corrects the errors found in the behavior of the young people in all of the things they do. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. To achieve this, we will make opinions, we will give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. Don't forget to find us in our social media handles, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, X, and TikTok. Thank you so much for being there. Our topic for today is students' ability to pass exams. And of course, in the studio with me today are two young people who have not only passed through their secondary school, they have also passed through the 4 walls of university. And as students, they passed all their exams. That is why they are here today. Thank you so much for being there. From my left is a chartered accountant. She is Petronila Nchedo Inagolo. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
She is a chartered accountant working with the National Institute for Cultural Orientation. And I have Stephen Chima. He is a lawyer, he is a writer, and personal development coach. You are welcome on the show.
Thank you.
All right, let me begin with you, Petronila. What's the core essence of examination in schools?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think that the essence of examination is to test students, to test their understanding of what they've been taught. It's a way of assessing how good their teacher is and how they understand what the teacher teaches them. When you assess them with exams, some may do well, some may not do well, and there could be a lot of reasons for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Steve, I don't know if you agree less to the definition Petronila gave to this.
Yes, of course. The definition she gave was well on point. And just to add a little more to it, examination has become a very powerful tool to test the knowledge of students. And I will also say that it is sort of a feedback mechanism that schools have arranged in order to be able to, from time to time, assess the extent to which the students have been able to assimilate the knowledge they've been taught, the courses they've been put through. So to that degree, I am going to say that examination is a very defining mechanism in schools. In fact, in some schools, in some institutions, examinations are seen as a festival or a ceremony on its own. It's sort of the biggest thing happening in school. Everybody may be taking school easily, softly, until the day the exams are announced, and you find that people just get serious overnight because of how powerful that particular exercise has become. And sometimes people come up with some kind of questions and arguments. Why do we even need exams?
Thank you so much. I think you are giving us a broader kind of definition to what examination is all about. That's very good. Petronila, could you please share with us what your ability to pass exams was those days in your school?
Okay, secondary school, right?
The secondary school, university, your ability is your ability.
Okay, I've been someone who knows that whatever I do, I give my best. So when it comes to school, I was that child that would go to school, pay attention. I was one of those who sit in front. My mom is a teacher, she still is. So you cannot afford to fail. You cannot afford to fail. So I go to school, come back, I try to do my assignments, and what I don't understand, my mom helps out. And then when I got to secondary school, being a bother, I was able to take advantage of the times for prep, which is the time you have to read, do your assignments, and all that. But one thing I know is that everybody have different levels of understanding. I'm someone who, maybe if I have an exam, I can start reading when I see my exam timetable. So when I see exam timetable, I know that this thing is here. There is no playing anymore. But then there are people that will need to start studying when school starts, knowing that they don't grasp things easily. So you have to know where you belong and then plan yourself very well. So not like I don't read at all, but I probably maybe joke around studies. But once I see exam timetable, both in my secondary school, my university days, and currently,
you sit up.
I
sit
up.
Have tax
I just know that there is no playing around. So that helped me, and also managing my time very well. Okay. A lot of people read with exam time, they have timetable for studies. Maybe today they are going to study mathematics, tomorrow it's English, and it works for some. But for me, I can pick up anything that interests me and read. But that is me. But I will advise anybody, if you can, read with timetable. Okay. It helps you cover more, because my ability is not your ability.
All right, thank you so much. That's a very apt one. Steve, she talked about time management as a student. What effect does that have to a student who wants to have that ability or robust ability to pass exams at all time?
Time management is at the core of exam success, and I dare say success in anything at all. If you don't have the ability to manage your time effectively, it is going to have an impact in the outcome of what you do, be it exam, be it any other thing at all. So in the context of student life, some of the people that are in secondary school, or even if you are in the university, in the higher institutions, you discover that there are multi-layered activities that happen in school. It's not just teaching and learning, so to say. Those who, she said she was a boarder, I believe you were not just going to class and coming out and reading your books. No. There are so many other activities that are structured in every institution in order to enable the students to have a balanced life. So when you have to deal with multiplicity of tasks, it is very essential that you now learn how to manage all of those activities so that you have time stipulated for your studies and time for other things. And that is why when you talk about time management, any student who has not learned that art of managing time well is definitely going to probably delve into non-essentials. Like in the tertiary institution, there are so many things that can occupy your time. Social activities, political activities, in some cases, academic activities, extracurricular stuff. So time management is your ability to understand that the principal reason why I am here is to study and to make good grades, all right? And you cannot talk about time management without having a timetable. She talked about timetable. I think I am part of the people that it works for a lot. It is very difficult to track my activities if I don't intentionally put them down on paper so that I will be able to follow them. And that is why sometimes I fall out of those structured activities, but I know I have to redesign the timetable so that I will keep following it. All right. So it is your ability to say, this is Monday, and these are the things that I'm going to do. I have time to study. Some people, they study most effectively at night. Others, it works for them in the morning or during the daytime. So if studying works for you more during the daytime, that means you are going to put a greater chunk of your time to study during the day. If it works for you at night, you are going to have to put greater chunk of your time to study at night. So that is one essence of time management. And also understanding that while you are putting out time to study, there are also other activities. For example, church. For example, human relationship, for example, belonging to clubs in school. All of these things are the things that must be captured in your timetable so that you give a little bit of your time to all of these things that will also make you
Let's
a
take it from there.
complete
So that
person.
you give a little bit of your time to all things you have. If you're joining us now, it's Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and our topic for today is students' ability to pass examination. Are you a student? Are you intending student? However it may be. We are moving on. And I have wonderful guests here. One is a chartered accountant working with the National Institute for Cultural Orientation. She is Petronila Inagolo Nchedo. Thank you so much for coming. And I have Stephen Chima, who is a writer, a lawyer, and a personal developmental coach. Thank you so much. Let's continue. I was going to ask you, Petronila, when you said you are the type that begins to read as soon as you saw your examination timetable. Yes, how did that work for you? Do you think you managed your time well, having waited till you saw the examination timetable and you started reading?
Like I said, not like I don't study at all. I read, but not with that intent that exam is there. You know, when exam timetable comes out, you just know that you have to do this. So if you used to read a page a day, you know that you have to increase it. You can decide, oh, today I'm going to deal with this. I'll touch this course and touch this course. I'll touch this subject and touch this subject. So I do more intense studies when I see my exam timetable. Otherwise, every other thing I do before then is just, you're a student, you know that once in a while you have to open your books.
Okay.
But then it works for me because I assimilate things easily, and so it was easier for me. But then, like I said, while at it, I have to manage my time very well, because waiting for exam timetable to be out and you don't manage your time, you're shooting yourself in the head.
I understand that in your own way you managed your time and it worked for you.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Stephen Chima, let me come to you once again. What do you have to say about this popular saying that exam is not the true test of knowledge?
Exam is not the true test of knowledge. I've heard it, time and again from different places, in the mouth of so many people, and sometimes that argument is fronted in order to dissuade some people who believe that intelligence begins and ends in the classroom, or people who think that, oh, I have a good grade, and that means I'm the best of all the people here. And I believe that we should balance that argument, all right? When people say that examination is not the true test of knowledge, I believe that statement to the extent that there are so many other indices with which to test the knowledge or the intelligence of a person outside of classroom exam situation that most students find themselves in. Personally, I believe that intelligence, or what you call knowledge, is multi-layered, all right? It is not just your ability to write exam and pass it, okay? And that is why I believe that there are so many people who may not be able to have that level of cognitive intelligence to pass an exam in a classroom structured situation, but they have competencies in other domains outside of teaching and learning and writing exam and passing it. You have, for example, what I may call social intelligence, that you see somebody who may not be the best in the classroom, but outside the classroom, in a social setting, the person possesses a level of interpersonal intelligence. He can relate with people. He understands the dynamics of relationships. He can land deals that the most intelligent person in the class cannot land, all right? He knows how to coordinate events. And that is the side of intelligence. The person may not have an A in the classroom, all right, but outside the classroom, there are people who are gifted, and that's coming about gifted in music, kinesthetic intelligence. They are very athletic, but they may not be the best in class. So if you put up a test based on biology or mathematics or law, in my own case, and you say the best person from this law exam is the best through and through, that may not be the actual representation of the intelligences of the people that are writing that exam, because there are some conditions, maybe as we go ahead, we may come to that, that makes some students to have better grades than others, so several of them.
We
so
shall come to that.
Yes.
We shall, of course, come to that. Petronilla, I don't know if it is right to believe with Chima that life is multifaceted. Somebody can be good in a classroom and may not be good in other areas. And some other people can be good in other areas as is itemized and won't be good, particularly in the classroom work and examination. What do you have to say about that?
I agree with him. I'll give an example. You can send someone to school and the person is struggling to understand what he or she is being taught. And the person's exam result, it's always bad. But if you try to nurture that person, you will find out that there are other areas where that person is striving, doing very well. Somebody may not be good in the classroom and the exam, but the person have what they call Aneke. This person is very good at this. Bring something that is fault, the person fixes it. So now, if we begin to nurture people and find out where they have, where they thrive better, where they do well, where they have this high level of interest in, and put them in that area, guiding them, even if it's sending them to schools that have to deal on those areas, it's better. So I agree with him. You can send someone to school and she may not do well, but once you enroll that person into a fashion school, you see her do wonders. And same thing applies to some of the men.
Okay, permit me to take it from there. Stephen, for instance, now you're a parent and your child went to school at the end of the term, comes back with a good result. What impression does it create to the child and to you as a parent?
Yes, I think this is probably very obvious at first glance. You have just painted a photograph of a successful student that comes back to the parents and maybe comes back with a good result, maybe a good grade from school. To the child itself, himself, or to the student himself, it sends a lot of message to him. And the first message it sends to him is, oh, I'm good, all right? Passing an exam is success on its own, all right? Especially when you are coming tops of your class. It makes the student to have this level of confidence in himself that I can do well and I have succeeded. And this is evidence that maybe he may be somebody who's gone through sleepless nights trying to study, trying to consult materials to prepare himself very well for that exam situation. It's like God has paid me back, or this is a good result, a reward for my hard work. All right, so that is how the feeling comes off as an achievement, particularly as a very huge achievement to the student. And it also helps him to now begin to have confidence in his strategy, because any strategy that works increases the confidence of the one who has applied it. Maybe his strategy is reading, or like she said, reading after the exam timetable is out, or maybe reading more of past questions and all of that. He's going to believe that this, because anything you did that got you the result worked. So you are going to believe that this strategy had worked. And for the parents, it is simple. They will see it as return on investment. Maybe they've spent so much to pay the school fees of the child. They've spent so much to encourage the person. They've spent resources and all of that. So coming back with that good result, it is going to increase the confidence of the parents where that child is. And it will also encourage them to invest more, because the one they had invested before has come back in a very good way. So, and of course, in the society in which we live, it is more like social validation. Oh, my child is the best. Parents do not hide their children who are doing very well. They are going to tell everybody, oh, my child is first in the class, or he has a first class. Even if you don't ask them, they are going to bring it and show it to you in your face, so you can at least appreciate what their child has achieved.
Parents are always cheerful, especially when their children come back from school and they made good grades in the examination they have sat for. Thank you so much. Let us observe just a short break. We shall be right back.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot.
Back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. I am Chukwamaka Obasi. And the focus for today is students' ability to pass exams. And I have two wonderful young people here who are, as a matter of fact, doing justice to this particular topic. I have a chartered accountant who is working with the National Institute for Cultural Orientation. His name, or her name, is Petronila Nchedo Iyenagolo. You're welcome once again. And I have Stephen Chima, who is a lawyer, a writer, and a personal development coach. Thank you so much for coming. Let's continue. Before I went on the short break, you were actually giving us the analogy of what happened, the scenario of what happens when a particular child comes back home with a very good result, and the impression it gives to both the child and the parent. Now, let me come back to you, Petronila. Supposing you're a parent, and your child comes back at the end of the term, presenting to you a very bad result from school as a parent. I know, having known whom your child is, and having known that, yes, examination of schools and classroom may not be the end of the road, that your child still have ability in all the other areas, like we concluded here. Would you, if you have your way, would you ask government to scrap everything about the examination and let people go to different areas where they have experts in?
Okay, no, I wouldn't ask government to scrape examination.
Then what do you do? What would you do as a parent in that situation?
Okay, I already know that a child who failed exam, especially maybe when they put in their best and they failed for one reason or the other, is already low. So at that point, that child needs emotional support. For a child you know that have been putting in good effort to do well. So I would have to speak with him or her and then try to find out what went wrong. Was it that you didn't finish the exam, you didn't know what to write? What was the problem? Because I would have known the ability of my child from seeing his or her books when they come back from school, maybe 2-3 days in a week or something. So from going through the performance of a child at the end of the week, and if it's a child that is doing well and then returns with a very bad result, I would have to know what went wrong. Now, if it's a child who have been doing very well, results have been very good at the end of the term, and then that one went bad, I would ask the teachers too, what happened to the performance? Did you notice anything? Did you notice that the child became unserious? And then me being the mother of the child would probably have noticed some things from home. So I wouldn't beat the child because he or she failed, but I would find a way to make him or her know that, yes, you failed now doesn't make you a failure. You can do better. And then I can work with that child towards it. If the child needs a lesson teacher, I can get one.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me come back to you, Steve. Why do you think some students do very well in an examination? Other students fail in that same examination in the same class. But before you come to this question, Youth Focus has gone out, met with a lot of people, students, teachers, lecturers, and all of them, and then found why or what each of them thinks that makes some students fail in an examination. Do listen to them.
Students, why they really fail exam is a very big challenge. The attitude, the reading habit, it has really dropped drastically. One of the reasons, the main reason is social media. Social media is a major reason why students, they don't read again. They've deviated from hard copy reading to software. And you know what is software? You are being exposed to either your smartphone or your laptop. Once you open your smartphone, social media will pop up. Notification from social media will come up. They don't read. It's a very big tax. It's a very big challenge to the educational system. I still believe that we'll need to work on it. That's the major challenge. Even if you give them textbook to read, they will not open it. There's a saying that if you want to hide anything from a black man, just put it inside a book. A black man will never open it. And it's affecting the youth. It's affecting our students. And we need to do something drastically before this generation is doomed, which I pray it will not. That's my point.
Okay, I believe that why some students fail exam is because of inadequate planning. This is because some students don't read ahead. They will just wait for that day of examination to read. And in this process, they won't be able to read everything. They won't be able to understand everything at a time. So when they go, because of this, some students will just end up cramming. Then during the exam day, if they forget one headline, they'll forget the whole thing they read. So I believe that if students want to pass the exam, they should read ahead against the exam day.
Well, students fail the exam as a result of so many factors. Some among them include that some students are not serious in their studies. Being a lecturer in the higher institution with experiences, I wish to let you know that some students who are even well bred at home can come to school and join peers who can change their attitude and whatever they are from home and turn to another thing altogether. Even when I was a student, I saw such things, but I ignored them and faced what I come for. So that is the major one. 2, tiredness. I found out the students of this very generation are very weak in studying. Many of them don't have reading culture. And when a child don't develop reading culture from primary school, not even from secondary, it will affect the child, if not corrected in secondary and get to the higher institution. The possibility of failing the exam is always there. So, if a child or a student is in such problem, the next thing is that he will begin to look for people that can help him to intimidate lecturers, to award marks which they didn't deserve, if possible. Which I know that good number of lecturers cannot succumb to that, as long as institutions of higher learning is concerned as at today. So I still maintain the fact that for students to pass exams, they need their time, their talent, their treasure. That is the 3 T's. The treasure I mean is that pay your school fees at when due to avoid the distraction. That is where the treasure comes. Because when a child couldn't pay the school fees and hearing that the exam is next week or 3 days coming, when school fees has not been paid, the person will lose total concentration in reading. So I have to give advice to parents or whomever sends a child to school. Please take it as a priority to see that you do all things possible to pay the child's school fees at when due. 2, check the child's performance. Ask the child of your results at every semester. Compute, if you can, the GP of your child, no matter the level of education. Children of nowadays, they enter school so early, at early age. There are certain things they cannot control, which is, more especially this peer group influence. Many of them cannot control it. And as a parent, if you shy away from asking your child the results, checking the GP of your child, the child may, after 4 years, come back with a fake certificate, which the university does not even award to the child. So my most advice goes to the parents, so that we will be careful and watch our children in whatever we're doing.
I think one of the reasons why students fail in the exam recently is social media. You know, right now we pay more attention on social media than our studies, and most of the students, they venture in TikTok, you know, watching videos online, and they fail to bend down and look at their books, and which some pretend that they are reading through phone, which is their life. So I think that is one of the, for now, that is one of the basic things why students fail the exam: lack of focus and paying attention to social media than their education.
Most times, students are not really prepared for the exams. They are not adequately prepared. They don't know the scope of what they are learning. So when they don't know exactly what to read, they can't actually answer the questions that come out. I think another reason is some students are just carefree. They don't take exams seriously. It's just trivial to them. So when they come, anything they see they write, instead of taking their time to prepare. So when they trivialize exams, there's a very high chance that they will fail that exam.
Wow, those are views of the lecturers, teachers, students that found the Youth Focus met and interviewed them on this particular issue. But the lecturer said that the reason why some students fail in examination is because of poor reading habits and social media influences. What do you have to say about that? Is that true?
Yes, that is partly why the failure happens, especially now that we're having widespread failure in almost all the exams in institutions of learning. Social media is a very huge factor. You cannot erase that. It's become a foundational reason why these kind of failures happen, because most of us students have slipped into endless hours of social media use from week to week, and we have little time left to give to our studies. And the kind of structured system of teaching and learning that we have in our school and the examination system that students face is the kind that if you don't read extensively, JAMB for instance, for you to pass, JAMB is not the kind of exam you pass by reading when the JAMB timetable is out. Maybe other people may have different experiences, but based on what I have seen and my interaction with students who have gone through these exams and have shared with me their own experiences, it will take you hours and hours to master, you know, your subject combinations so that you can have a very high score. Those that get the 320, the 350, I can tell you, some of them give in not less than 6 months of daily preparation to get to those results. Okay. So when you get very distracted with social media usage, it subtly steals in a huge chunk of time away from you, and that time would have been invested in preparing for your exams. And apart from that, all right, some students pass and some fail because of their readiness before that time, their readiness, previous readiness before
previous
the exam.
readiness.
Previous
We're going
readiness.
to preempt my next question, because you, Petronilla, you heard a student that said that students fail exams because of inadequate preparation. That some don't start reading on time, and some others go about cramming. And when they cram and come into the examination, if they miss any particular line, they have missed it all. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I do not think that it is right to cram. to write exam, because I've seen people in exam hall, the moment they forget is from what they crammed, they are lost. So they begin to look at ceiling, they begin to look at who will help them. It's good to read with understanding, because when you study, you understand what you've read. You're able to put it in your own word, and that way you flow easily when you're writing exam. So I don't think cramming to write exam makes sense. And again, it means that if you cram to write that exam, you didn't gain the knowledge that you're expected to get.
But don't you think it helps some people to even pass their particular exam?
Yeah, it can help you to pass.
At least for the sake of making success in the examination.
It can help you to pass, but then after you pass, that means you don't have that knowledge you're supposed to have. So it's good to pass exam, but it doesn't just end in passing exam.
Okay.
I would like to make a little addition to what she just said. You see, exam success is a result of a lot of strategies. All right. If you study reading techniques, some of the proponents of reading techniques are going to tell you that there are so many ways to read if you want to have success in exams. And part of the things they say is the use of mnemonics, some say cramming, some say long reading. And so these are options that can be explored by a student. I'm going to say, for example, in my experience of writing law exams, I don't think, it is easy to pass a law exam excluding the strategy of cramming. It is not. I don't know how you are going to do that, because there are so many things, literally so many things to put in your head within a little space of time. So even if you have read to understand, okay, there is also, you can also accommodate this cramming strategy, all right? But that should be after you have read. You have read to understand the subject, and then you are cramming for the case of remembering these things for the purpose of the exam. If you cram alone to write an examination, at the end of that exam, I am telling you in all honesty, you are not going to be able to reproduce what you have crammed before you wrote that exam. So cramming can be used as a strategy to pass exam, but it's not a strategy to understand a subject.
Okay, okay. Cramming can be a strategy to pass examination, but it is not a strategy to understand and assimilate what the particular subject is talking about. That is wonderful. Then another lecturer said that students fail examination because of peer group influences. Is that possible?
Peer group influences.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that could be true. Looking at it from the angle that there are a lot of people who make friends when they get to school, but they don't make friends that they share the same values with. So if you come from a background that your parents have taught you very well, brought you up in a good way, and then you go to the university or even secondary school, and then you mix up with people who come from, their morality is zero, they don't have values, they don't even know what values are. You see that if you're not careful, you begin to behave like them. Some of them miss classes, some of them pay mercenaries to write exam for them. So if a student mix up with such people, you see, that is where that peer pressure comes in. Again, you see a smart student, and then you know that it's better to make friends with people who are smart, people who are doing well, people who understand when they are taught. But you choose to make friends with people who play around, who, wherever there is party, they are number one to be there. And some of those people, they are not failures. Some of them read at night. So if you follow someone who goes for every party and then uses his or her night time to study, and you don't read at night, you've seen that you're messing yourself up. I'll give an example. I had a roommate when I was in school. So she's a very social person. she's everywhere. She's well known in school, but she's very intelligent. She doesn't sleep at night. That is when she studies. And when the result is out, you see her having A's. And then people who see her at different parties will not be like, this girl, she's sorted. But you're not close to her. You don't know how she sleeps at night. You don't know what she does at night. It is that night time that she takes to study. But you who goes everywhere with her, you don't study at night. It means that you've led yourself astray.
All right, thank you so much. I think we have established that fact that peer group influences makes a lot of students fail in examinations. Then, having said that, the same lecturer said that poor reading culture, that if a pupil or somebody didn't inculcate that reading culture in himself or in herself from primary school, that success to examinations for life is inevitable. Don't you think that is a bogus statement?
It sounds like a bogus statement, right? But we have to interrogate the person that said it. Is a lecturer. I am going to give him the credit of having an authority in the field which he has spoken, because probably he has, examined a lot of students in the course of his profession, and I can tell you he understands what he is saying. If you don't know how to read very, very well, you don't build and develop the habits of reading, maybe this is going to be another bogus statement, it will be difficult or even impossible to pass your regular exams. Because part of what is required for exam success is reading. Now, it is not just reading. For so many people and for so many examination situations, coming to class, attending lectures, being present when a subject is taught is a booster to passing exams. Because there are some lecturers, some teachers who are going to contain their questions within the boundaries of what they have taught. They don't go outside the knowledge they've shared in the classroom. So being available to hear them lecture is going to help you to understand their questions when you see them. But it doesn't end there. You have to now go back and do your personal reading by yourself. So that lecturer is very, very correct in what he said. Reading must become an ingrained habit of a student, even after you are done with school. Like some people believe that you finish your final exam and that is the end of books for you. You discover that even in applications in life, in your workplace, in your professional endeavors, you are going to find yourself in circumstances where knowledge is going to bail you out. As a professional doing what you are doing, sir, you must have interrogated or interacted with a lot of materials, books, so that you keep your brain alive. A lawyer, you keep reading for eternity. An accountant, like she is, you are going to keep interacting with knowledge and with material. So on the level of a student, it is an essential. But even after you are no longer a student, reading is equally an essential. I learned that an average successful CEO studies at least 1 hour a day. You can imagine business success is also dependent upon the knowledge of the entrepreneur. So he is very correct to say that any student who does not read, how else are you going to pass exactly if you don't read?
That is very correct, and we are giving it to him.
Yes. Yeah.
That is wonderful. Petronila, let me ask you this one other question. Is it possible that in a class, every student of that class passes examination at the end of the time? What's the possibility? And what could be the magic?
It's possible that every student passes an exam in a class. These days, I no longer see positions like maybe first out of 50, second out of 40 in report cards, or like it was before. So, but when you look at the average is in the report card. You would be seeing 70, 80, 90 something. So I believe that when a teacher teaches well and the students are willing and able to learn, it is possible that every student would pass in that class. They may not pass at the same rate, of course. It depends on, it could be that the pass is 70, and then you see that everybody
Depends on
passes.
each
Yes,
student's ability.
it depends
Okay.
on the benchmark
Okay.
of what passing is.
Okay, that's wonderful. Chima, let me come in from this other dimension. How much do you believe that personal belief in one's ability, how long, I mean, to what extent can it help in passing examination? Believing in oneself, to what extent can that go in helping people pass examination?
Yeah, believing in oneself is very important in everything. I know we are concentrating on passing exam, but you know, sir, that these subjects or some of these principles that we are discussing also apply to success, even in life, right? Believing in oneself, having confidence, it is going to help you to even study in the first place as a student. So many people that don't understand certain subjects, it is not that they don't have the ability to understand those subjects. And this is what I have found personally. A lot of people would tell you, for instance, those in secondary school, subjects like mathematics, anathema for so many students. They run away from it like a curse. And they wish there could be a possibility of scraping that subject from exam timetable, and they should never encounter it again. And when you go deeper to make inquiry, why is it that people are running away from so different kind of subjects? You find out that it's not as if there is no ability in them to understand it. It is just that they have found a way to convince themselves that this subject is not for me. Mathematics is not my thing. And having drawn the line to the extent of what they can understand or not, the mathematics say, okay, you say I'm not for you, no problem now. Let us go our separate ways. And you find that people keep struggling relentlessly. They keep struggling with that.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimika Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. Dangote Refinery denies report of mass sack. Court orders IPOB leader to open defense. Akwa Ibom State. Governor presents SUVs to all former deputy governors. Okobo Oil Palm and Edo government launched 33,003 forest regeneration projects. Experts warn that Nigeria's tractor shortage threatens food security. DAPTIP denies abducting Delta orphanage children. Edo State signs $250 million investment deal with Euro Africa Chamber. I'm Deborah Wakoba with the details of the news. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has denied reports of mass sackings of Nigerian workers, saying recent workforce changes were part of a reorganization to curb sabotage at the plant. Earlier reports claimed all Nigerian staff were dismissed shortly after 90% joined Pegasan. The union's president confirmed receiving letters but said the affected staff would be recalled. A senior refinery official clarified that only suspected sabotage cases were targeted, stressing that operations continue normally and anyone not involved has nothing to worry about. The refinery,
which began production in 2024, has faced previous labor disputes and disagreements with industry groups over safety and distribution issues. Moving on, the Federal High Court, Abuja, has rejected the no-case submission of the self-acclaimed leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, in his ongoing alleged terrorism trial. In a ruling, Justice Omotosho held that the prosecution had established a case against Kanu to warrant that he be ordered to enter his defense. The judge who dismissed Kanu's no-case submission found that the evidence led to the prosecution and the exhibits it tendered have received serious allegations of Kanu's involvement in terrorist activities to warrant that he be allowed to defend himself. The court said the evidence and exhibits and the need for him to demonstrate and lead evidence on his allegations of an extraordinary rendition require that the defendant is given the opportunity and afforded his fundamental right to fair hearing to be allowed to enter his defense. Kanu is being prosecuted by the DSS on the 7-count charge bordering of his alleged involvement in terrorism activities. Meanwhile, the court has ordered the president of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, to set up a team of between 8 and 10 members to determine the fitness of Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial. In the meantime, Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has assured that contrary to perceptions in some quarters, Southeast governors have not abandoned the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Speaking during a media parley on last night in Umuahia, Governor Oti said the governors are actively engaging relevant authorities to secure Kanu's release, but stressed that not all efforts are meant for public disclosure. His clarification came a day after Igbo elders from across the southeast staged a protest at Government House, Umuahia, over Kanu's continued incarceration. The elders accused political leaders in the zone of neglecting the IPOB leader and urged Oti to rally his colleagues to engage President Bola Tinubu on the matter. Governor Oti expressed optimism that ongoing engagements would yield positive results. In a show of appreciation, Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom State has presented brand new Land Cruisers to all former deputy governors as a token of appreciation for their service. In a post on his official X handle, Eno said the vehicles recognize their contributions and continued guidance for the state's progress. The move comes amid a 6 billion naira budget for government vehicles, sparking public backlash over perceived wastefulness, with critics questioning priorities amid unemployment and unpaid civil servant pensions. With the aim of boosting community livelihood, Okobo Oil Palm Company PLC, in partnership with the Edo State Government, IDH, and local communities, has launched a forestry regeneration program to plant over 33,000 trees in Ovia Southwest Local Government area. The initiative started with 3,000 trees in communities including Gobule, Uba, Paul Camp, and Madalin Camp, aims to restore degraded forest, protect biodiversity, and improve local livelihoods. Farmers can continue cultivating crops alongside the new trees. Stakeholders, including community representatives and environmental groups, hailed the project as transformative, pledging support to ensure its long-term success. Okobo has also set aside 3,000 hectares of its concession as high conservation value areas, monitored by dedicated officers, while IDH emphasized sustainable agriculture and community welfare as key objectives. In the meantime, Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris has suspended all mining activities at the Mararaba Yaru site following deadly clashes between foreign and local miners that left one dead and caused property damage. The violence began after a miner was reportedly killed, sparking retaliatory attacks that saw shops vandalized and motorcycles set ablaze. A dusk-to-dawn curfew has been imposed, with security patrols intensified. Governor Idris condemned the slave-like treatment of locals, ordering a full profiling and registration of artisanal miners. He emphasized the local communities must benefit from Kebbi's mineral wealth and pledged collaboration with traditional leaders to restore peace. The news at 3 is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok, and here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Dangote Refinery denies report of mass sack. Court orders IPOB leader to open defense. Akwa Ibom State Governor presents SUVs to all former deputy governors. Okomu Oil Palm and Edo government launched 33,000 tree forest regeneration project. Experts warn that Nigeria's tractor shortage threatens food security. Still to come, NAPTIP denies abducting Delta orphanage children. Edo State signs $250 million investment deal with EU Africa Chamber. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
I'll come back. Taraba State Governor Mr. Abu Kefas has denied claims of ghost workers draining the state treasury, insisting that payroll issues are due to improperly engaged staff. The ongoing biometric verification aims to ensure only legitimate employees are paid. Kefas highlighted that some senior civil servants had been hiring relatives unofficially, blocking qualified candidates from jobs. The verification exercise stopped wastage and free resources for genuine workers and retirees. The governor also pledged to address the state's dilapidated schools by mobilizing teachers, parents, and government for repairs and new constructions. He urged journalists to act as independent monitors of government projects across all 16 local government areas. In another development, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has rejected claims it abducted 8 children from an Anasaba orphanage. Director General Binta El Damu Bello said the minors were victims of a trafficking ring spanning Kano, Delta, and Gombe, northwards of the facility. The children, aged 2 to 10, were rescued after investigators traced a network selling minors for 450,000 naira each. The operation involved the DSS, police, and civil society groups. NAPTIP moved the children to a secure Abuja facility pending DNA verification to confirm their parents. Bello urged the Delta State government to probe the orphanage, calling its operations unwholesome. She warned that anyone involved in trafficking across the state would face persecution, stressing the agency's commitment to protecting and safeguarding the rescued children. Now moving over to business news. The Edo State government has signed a $250 million agreement with the European Africa Chamber of Commerce and Industries during the 2025 Edo State Global Investment Summit in Glasgow, Scotland. The deal will channel funds into agriculture, agro-processing, mining, technical education, renewable energy, and green infrastructure over the next 3 to 5 years. Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration said the partnership reflects its commitment to a business-friendly environment, transparency, and job creation. Euro Africa CCI pledged to align investments with Edo's local context policies to empower citizens through skills, development, and industrial growth. Still on business, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria FAN has launched Operation Go Cashless, a contactless and cashless payment system. In a statement, FAM stated that the initiative was launched in collaboration with Paystack. The payment system is expected to be deployed from September 29 at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. According to FAN, the move is in response to increasing demand for secure, modern, and transparent payment systems and part of efforts to keep Nigeria's airports in step with global digital standards. The agency said by reducing reliance on cash, the move aims to enhance efficiency, improve revenue assurance, and deliver better customer experience at airports. Now in sports, Nigerian U20 head coach Aliyu Zubair says The Flying Eagles have corrected the mistake that hurt them at the Africa U20 Cup of Nations and are ready for the FIFA U20 World Cup in Chile. The team wrapped up a 12-day camp with a 1-1 draw against Chile and a win over Australia, scoring 4 goals from different players, showing improved attacking depth. Defender Marvelous Freedom suffered a knee injury and has been replaced by Wiki tourist Haruna Aliyu. Nigeria drawn in Group F with Norway, Saudi Arabia and Colombia opened against Norway on September 29, followed by Saudi Arabia and Colombia. The tournament runs September 27 to October 19. Still on sports, over 400 golfers are set to compete at the Toko Yusuf Buratai International Golf Resort, Abuja, for the Nigerian at 65 Independence Golf Tournament from September 27 to October 1st. The week-long event celebrates Nigeria's 65th independence and honors retired and serving Nigerian Army officers. Dr. James Ahbo Hensey, chairman of the local organizing committee, said the tournament promotes unity, camaraderie, and national pride. New resort facilities, including a modern practice range, a midway hut, and a golf cart bay, will also be unveiled. More than 100 female golfers, including 3 professionals, will participate. The tournament features daily games, networking sessions, and cultural showcases. Culminating in the ceremonial tee-off, dignitaries expected include Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa, and DSS Director General Oluwatosi Ajayi. Now over to entertainment. Nigerian Afrobeat star Kiss Daniel has dismissed reports claiming his bank accounts were frozen, calling them entirely false and a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation. The rumors, which he alleged he was ordered to pay 200,000 euro in damages, went viral on social media and entertainment blogs. Kiss Daniel clarified that he has no ongoing court case and no accounts have been frozen. Known for his hits like Booga, Woju and Lie, Kiss Daniel continues to enjoy a strong international following and urge fans and partners to ignore the false reports. To end the news at 3, here are the main points. Dangote Refinery has denied mass sackings, saying recent workforce changes target sabotage, not all staff. NAPTIP has rescued 8 trafficked children in Delta. The agency equally denied allegation of abduction minors, noting that the rescued children were moved to secure facility for verification. Edo State government has signed $250 million deal with Euro Africa Chamber to boost agriculture, mining, education, and green infrastructure. That ends the news. For breaking news, eyewitness report, please call 07030 437110 or visit our social media feeds across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for joining us.